we're back here in Hollow Knight. Now, I don't remember everything that went on last time, for obvious reasons. Main reason being a week has passed, yet again. But I recall that we picked up the tram pass down in the Deep Nest over here. And then over in... if I can find the area name. Where specifically were we when we found that? Is it even marked anywhere on the map? That is the better question. Doesn't actually look like I have a map location for that. But there was a graveyard we were in. I believe it's actually over here. That we picked up the Dream Nail. Which is why we now have the Dreamers marked on the map. Which we kind of were already figuring a lot of that out as we went anyway. Based on the bit that I knew of the game already. I had already put a chunk of the pieces together for that. And yeah, that was in fact the tower there that one of the Dreamers was in. One's there, and then one is, of course, the sleeper we saw in the distant village with all the spiders. So that sorts all of that information out for us. For the time being, though, we are down here in the ancient basin vicinity, as we were riding around on the tram and seeing where that took us. And I don't recall whether we actually followed through on the whole tram up here or not. Obviously, we don't have a map of the segment here, because we didn't actually find the map, I think, when we were up there. But we did ride this tram first, and I believe this area is where we acquired the Dream Nail, up in there. Because we had found it soon after riding the tram for the first time. Now, as you might have gathered from the fact that I said it's been a week, I have not done any prep or any grinding, because really haven't been feeling the need to. So, there's that. Yeah, we have some essence in the Dream Nail. I forget exactly how much we were told we needed to bring. It was a solid amount. I still never sold the journals and things because, again, we haven't really been running into a need for those to be sold either because we haven't really been needing money so badly that I feel compelled to worry about that. We got the Mantis Claw for wall jumping, we got Dash, we've got the Super Dash to go a long distance, we got the Lantern, we have the Elegant and the Simple Key, we have one Pale Ore, so we could go get our nail upgraded again as well, which I should probably do at some point before too long. Oh, you can actually make the music stop in here. Huh, I didn't know that, I just kind of saw things hanging and was like, ooh, can I hit those? Turns out you can just break everything in here and just ruin the whole tram. But I am interested in the area we're in currently. Because we didn't really dive too deep here into the ancient basin and in the palace grounds because, well, by the time we had gotten here, I was tired. And as I've said on numerous occasions, I know better than to push my luck too much. For anyone keeping score, I am having better feelings about this game than I did 7 years ago. Still not blowing me away, but, you know. I'll give it credit for the fact that at least it's gotten better as time's gone on, and I've gone in further. But, you know. It is what it is. Oh, this seems good. A true servant gives all for the kingdom. Let Hollowness' pale king relieve you of your burden. Drop all Geo into the fountain? No. I have no idea why I would do that. I assume there's probably a reason, like you'd probably get something for depositing X amount in there, but I don't know what the amount is, nor do I want anybody to tell me. I already bought your map, didn't I? Yeah. We had read that dialogue last time, I remember. Can't jump up there. We'll just cross over that way because it's easier. Yeah, we'll go ahead and insert some geo for a bench. Might be handy considering the way this place looks. That really does remain such a neat idea that they've got those unfolding benches automated to just pop out like that. Oh! I'll need to remember that. For those wondering what I just noticed, I just got an email about my Kickstarter backing for The Last Faith, which we had played ages ago. Turns out there's DLC coming out for it, and I got a code for it. So I will be looking into that at some point. I didn't even realize the game was getting DLC. But it's real nice that they gave me a code. Okay, that's all spikes all the way down. Understood. Gonna need to be careful about that. Well, let's find out where it goes then, shall we? Huh. I don't think they had their own inner light, so I'm surprised they scattered when a light appeared, but I guess they could tell it's a different light. Like, it's not that they're scared of light, per se, they're just scared of light that is not their own. That's the wrong button. I am hitting all the wrong buttons. That's what I meant to do. You just keep on shooting, huh? Okay. You keep shooting, I'll keep stabbing. I did not mean, however, to be under it like that. There we go. Not too bad, not too bad. It's gonna take me a minute to get the controls fully back in my brain. I think I got one of the little guys there. Oh, now you're on the ceiling, which I can't really do anything about, so we're just gonna carry on past you. Oh, there's a hole there now. Okay. You know, that makes sense as a way to make that more difficult. Joke's on you, though. Spacing for victory. And back to full health we go. Yeah, I knew I was getting hit at least once across there because of timing. Ooh. They just keep making these more and more spicy, huh? As I just keep a good rotation going here, though, we'll be fine. Because not many of his shots are making it close to him. There we go. Nice and easy. Let's follow this guy up. He looks like he knows where he's going. Trying to use the rebound to my advantage. Not always working. Case in point right there, where it rebounded me into a shot instead of out of a shot. But, you know, it be what it be. We still get most of our health back from that encounter, so not really a big deal. This is slightly depressing. Case in point. Weird goo ghosts. Goo. The goo. Okay, we are definitively off map right now, which is not a surprise because we haven't found a place to rest. Let's silly blob boys want to attack me. Do not appreciate being attacked. Oh, I might have been able to bounce off of that and go up there. That's probably doing it harder than it needed to be, though. Place is really desolate. Like, something real bad must have happened here. This doesn't feel like desolation from abandonment. This feels like desolation from disaster. And there is a difference. There is definitively a difference between the two. Let's see about flying back to the bench to mark this all on the map. We missed it. Oh, I'm gonna keep going. Oopsie. Ah! Oop. Okay, back we go. Because we're lower now, so we should end up impacting near where the bench is. There we go. Just like how we got there to begin with. We're gonna take a hit on the way back. But I think it'll be helpful. This way we have the area we've already been marked out, so I don't just go in circles as I regain my bearings. Ow. This is fine. I also don't need to jump down that hole anymore because we broke the wall over here. Now, there's a chance that we might end up cutting stream short today because my stomach's been feeling a bit weird ever since lunch, so I might have ate something that didn't agree with me today. Just as a warning. Oh. Door closed. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. It was either this body was going to get up of its own volition or something was going to infest it. Broken vessel. Bring it on. Hey there, Natra. How's it going? Okay, you function similarly to us. Understood. Means I gotta watch out for boosted versions of my moves. Glad to hear it. There we go, that'll buy me enough time to heal a little bit. Would help if I didn't slam my face into them, probably, but you know. Okay, they're doing high attacks now. Bait it out, bait it out. Take the opening while I have it. That's fine, I'll take healing 3 and losing 1. I need to remember, they take knockback, so I can actually bully them around a lot. Except when they're doing this. I can't really bully them around while they're spraying shots everywhere, but I can also just beat on them pretty good when they're doing that. So not really that big a deal then either. You poor, poor broken puppet. It's a real shame what I'm gonna have to do to you. There we go. First try. There was a little bit of recognition there, or perhaps in the eyes before it went dark. I suppose we freed them. What is this? Ooh. Consume the monarch wings. Press A while in the air to flap the wings. Use these ethereal wings to soar above enemies and discover new paths. I think we just got our double jump. We sure did. That explains why so many places in here were too high for us to reach. Now possessed of a double jump, we really have all kinds of options. For one, getting back out of the hole we went down to get in here. Oh, and we can actually access the Broken Vessel's dream as well, it looks like. Let's have a look. Ah, this way. We hadn't done any of this yet, so... get ready for this to be a thing. Because whenever we see those little wheels floating over something, that's what you're supposed to do, is hit it with the dream nail and see what you find out. As you can see, their mind was definitely infested by this stuff. Lost kin. So I have to fight them again, I guess? Okay, sure. Is this gonna be tougher? Or is this just gonna be a thing that happens? They seem to mostly be weaker, actually. But then again, it's just the start of the fight compared to what we got used to before. Of course, I say it's easier, and I'm getting bodied this time, so, you know, take that with a grain of salt. I completely misread that. At least you don't die when you do those. You'll notice we actually kept our vessel intact as we were in the dream world. But let that be a lesson. Even though a pattern is easier, you may actually have a harder time with it because you're expecting the harder pattern. Though the double ghosts is definitely a concern. Oh, there's just spikes there. Okay. You know, I saw them, but for some reason I was like, oh yeah, I can just drop down and not have to worry about it. I misread the shaping on that building. Yeah, here's where I could have just dropped in. Now we're down a hit and have no energy, so this is going to require a little bit more sensible movement on my part instead of fucking around. I expected them to land shorter than that. They did not. There's the shots coming when they dash around. Yeah, because that's their version of Desolate Dive, basically. I swung upward when I meant to swing horizontally. Now the heal punishing gets a lot worse. Yep, we're dead. I can't believe we got through the other version of that first try and now I'm just botching left and right. This really shouldn't be any more difficult than it was before, but something about it is just making me fumble. I don't really know why. Though one of those fumbles was actually, I forgot I had double jump and I threw off my own positioning by double jumping. Oh, now you're going straight into doing that. Okay. They don't seem to have, like, a dedicated pattern, necessarily. They just have moves that they do. I think part of the issue is I'm trying to rush it this time instead of paying attention and reading the pattern. Yep. As soon as I started getting hit repeatedly there, my brain mostly gave up on that one. Is that the fact that by doing the dream fight here, I'm basically just redoing the fight, my brain has definitely checked out on it a lot. and that's probably a big part of the problem here. And I don't even know if I have to do this for the simplest ending. So I don't even know what to do to end this currently. Like, I know how some of the endings of the game work, but I don't know, like, what our current path is going to end up being, for lack of a better way of explaining that. I'm struggling to find a good opening here because of all the fucking ghosts. Like, it is hard to actually find time to heal. That's the one thing about this that's harder. It's just the spam of ghosts everywhere. Case in point, I didn't have time to heal there. If I'd committed to finishing the heal, I would have gotten hit by either him or the ghost. I was just hosed there no matter what I did. My only play was to do what I tried to do, which was jump up and dash over him. But I didn't get the spacing. Going into this cold after a week has passed is definitely showing itself a bit here. Need to remember, being aggressive when he does the blast works. As long as you do it correctly. That was not correctly, for the record. I disagree. That one I disagree with, because I pressed the dash, but apparently it decided, nah, you don't need to dash there. Because realistically, with the timing of when I pressed the dash, I should have dashed out from under him. But apparently, I either didn't press it down hard enough, or it took the attack input over the dash when it theoretically should have... Yeah, because it usually prioritizes dash over attack if you end up hitting both at the same time. So I guess I just lost the 50-50 there. Because I did end up hitting attack when I went to do that because my hand squeezed the controller too much because I tried to squeeze the trigger. Of course, that first win might have just been a fluke, considering how this is going. That's also a world we live in. Give me back control of the game, god damn it. I was mashing attack after that heal, but it's like, nah, you don't get the heal there. Or end attack, no, you only get one. And the one you get is not the one you needed. Oh, come on, there was just no room. And nope, we're not dead. Now we're dead. It wouldn't have mattered either way at that point. Once you're down to one hit, you may as well just give up sometimes. It really just feels like it's just over at that point. Can I just skip part of this by just jumping off of here? I can. Okay, that'll expedite getting back a fair bit at least. I'm hoping to at very least get essence from this, which is why I'm bothering to do this. Even though I'm clearly doing a terrible job with it. It's extra frustrating getting hit by that dash because it has such a long wind up to it. It's like, you can very clearly tell it's happening, but sometimes you just don't react to it. he also jumps up so fast. Like, that vertical speed is insane. Nope, I can't heal because these fucking ghosts are everywhere. Way to go, me. Way to somehow walk into him before your sword swung. Proud of you. Gotta get used to the delays between certain things in this game again. Because there's definitely times where there are delays, and I will not hear any argument about that. The biggest source of delays being healing, which makes sense. I will never dispute it making sense that your heal has delays attached to it, because they don't want you just spam healing your way to victory. But it is still incredibly frustrating at times when you get punished just because you tried to do two things when the game didn't want you to. Of course, you know, contact damage being contact damage as well. Yeah, I didn't think I was gonna get away with that, but I had to try considering the situation. You, of course, did the jumping attack that time. Of course you fucking did. And now you're just dashing like it's the end of the world. Thanks, game. Thanks for ignoring my directions again. I understand that it was because I was in the air when I pressed it, but god damn it. I'm trying to do things fast here, and the game doesn't like it when I do too many inputs too quickly. I get ahead of what the game will allow, and it just gets confusing. Because, to explain what I mean with that, there are times where I will try to jump, attack, and then immediately heal. The thing is, sometimes your input will not have caught up with how quickly you press the buttons on the controller. And it just ends up throwing off your entire pattern if you get one input ahead of where you wanted to be in a movement you're trying to do. It'll just cause a complete clusterfuck. I really dislike the regular jump he does, honestly. That is the thing that gets me the most, because it's literally just contact damage. I also don't know why the knight wouldn't attack to the left at all. He just kind of was stuck to the right, even though I pressed left. Don't really know what happened there. And then that also ended up happening, where knockback actually screwed me. Yep. I thought he was gonna land further, so I dashed, anticipating where he was gonna land, and I read the arc wrong. So honestly, that had fallen apart enough that throwing that away honestly would have been the right choice, probably, anyway. Despite the fact that I had not voluntarily thrown that. This fucking contact damage. Like, there is no faster way to tilt me in a game of this style than killing me with contact damage over and over again. Because it is the thing in game design that I think I hate the most. Because it leads to so much cheap damage. It's like, oh hey, you just happened to step wrong. Guess you're taking damage from not even an attack. He's just standing there, and you will take damage because we've decided you do now. Yeah, we are on a bad curve here. Yep, figured I was gonna take a hit there. I was just using that to tank the hit at that point. Ghost to my advantage, put him down. Fucking goddamn dog shit ghost spawns. Just happened to spawn so close that time. Just fucking die, you bastard. Yep, I was hosed there. As soon as I started falling and didn't dash already, that one was over. And I knew to dash, but I was like, no, I have a little bit of space. I can see where he's going before I commit that move. And I saw where he was going, just didn't have any means to do anything about it at that point. Because I'm not used to having double jump still. So I still say that if we hadn't gotten screwjobbed by that one ghost spawning basically on my head there, we would have been fine, because I would have had a spare hit for that. Oh yeah, sure, don't get hit when I'm swinging and clearly contact your model. No, why would you take a hit? You're a ghost. Ghosts don't take damage. That's not a thing. Already getting tilted. This is a bad fucking sign for today. The thing is, reasonable logic indicates you shouldn't try to heal unless he's stunned. But the problem is, even if he's stunned, the ghosts have a decent chance of just appearing on your face, and you will get screwed. Oh, of course. Why would you aim for me on that one? You'll jump ahead of me randomly that time. I saw him land there, but I didn't fucking process that. Don't you start with that, Natra. I have very little patience for people all going with that turn of phrase. And it's not even like a pride thing or anything that I don't like the skill issue thing. People use it too much and use it incorrectly. And it kind of comes from that like Dark Souls community mentality of get good and everything. And that's why I hate it. It's like, I will more often than not come back at things like that and be like, well, how about you get good game design? Because for all that a lot of things in, say, Dark Souls are actually well designed, there are a lot of also cheap shots in that series that people will defend and say skill issue for, and it's just like, no, if you have no way to know that that's coming, that's not a skill issue at that point. That's just a, hey, you didn't know the game already. Oh no, what a shame for you. And beginner's traps should never be a case where you're like, oh yeah, you just suck at the game. It's like, no, you just suck at being a reasonable person. And look forward to that discussion coming up again when we end up getting to Dark Souls, by the way. Because there is going to be a long, drawn-out rant and conversation about that exact mentality when we get to that. So, buckle up for that one. Because it's going to happen, and it's going to be long and probably quite angry. What do you mean you actually have health? That's not how the pros play it. Yeah, because the pros have played the game 1,000 times. Couldn't give a fuck less what the pros do. The pros are the pros because they like pain. They can have their pain game. And more power to them. That ain't me. I have also fucked that up completely. See, there's the difference. That one was my fault. There are times where just a simple input flub gets you killed, and those I accept. And there are times where I will have a split happen, like I said before, where I press 2 controls at once, which is partially my fault, but also partially the game. Yeah, exactly. If it's a mechanic within the game, people can't bitch about it. That's like saying you can't and use ranged weapons from a ledge to deal with something that would be incredibly irritating to deal with. Okay, game. I would love an explanation of that one. I didn't let go of B. Why did I stop healing and walk into him? Because I can definitely tell you that walking doesn't cancel healing. So what happened there? And it ain't the controller, because this is a new controller. Or relatively new. It has already been like a month of use, but I wouldn't say a month of use would cause it to start dropping inputs like that. Okay, once again, it just didn't heal. Why? I held the button down. If I press button, thing happen, but sometimes button, no thing, and I don't know why. The only thing I can think of to explain that is I must have started holding B like a frame before I touched the ground, or something stupid like that. Which that would be understandable, but genuinely I would have no way of telling. Other than the fact that the heal didn't happen that I needed. But this is also why I tend not to care for this style of Metroidvania, is because it starts to ask for a certain degree of execution perfection that I've talked about before with other things that have limited health and everything. And I'm not here to be perfect. But unfortunately, that is what these start to demand from you. Is it starts to punish every mistake. Oh yeah, that is exactly the problem. That is exactly the thing I've spoken on before about essentially what became a subgenre of Metroidvanias, where they combine Souls-likes and Metroidvanias to make things like this, Death's Gambit, and other ones in that vein, which some of them I've had a great time with. Like, I'm not saying they're bad games, I'm saying they start to demand more than I would like to put in. Yeah, I didn't think that was gonna work out. And once again, I died of contact damage because I keep thinking that their models will be solid, but they're not. So, in the time I stepped towards him, figuring if I was going to be too close, I would have just collided with him and then been able to turn around before my iframes ran out. I was halfway through his model at that point, so there was just fucking nothing to be done. And another in that line of thought ends up being things like Ender Lilies, which I loved the first Ender Lilies to death in a lot of ways, but it started just demanding just like a little bit too much from me, so I just stopped liking it. It just, from a gameplay standpoint. Everything else about it I really did enjoy, just the gameplay started to not be for me after a while. it's hard to read your pattern when your pattern just kind of breaks there. Thanks, game. Thanks for not letting me attack. I understand that my dash took me into him, but I was mashing attack the entire time. You would think you'd be able to cancel things like that. But of course not. Why would you be allowed to cancel things? That would mean they can't punish you for every decision you make. Let alone let you attack and dash at the same time, so you can protect yourself while you're dashing. No, that's not punishing enough. That's not encouraging self-dick kicking constantly. You can tell after a certain point that I just start giving up mentally as well. Like, right there, I just didn't care anymore, so I just started swinging. Just letting the anger out for a moment. Yeah, exactly, like that. They understand. I can't believe I parried that. Ghosts. Like, the ghosts are why I'm tilted. Everything else about this is perfectly fine and reasonable. It's just there's so many goddamn ghosts. So you can't get a second to breathe. It has constantly got me on the back foot. And the thing is, that doesn't even, like, make me anxious or make it difficult. It just annoys the hell out of me. Is that is the gameplay mechanical equivalent of somebody just sitting there going, hey, just like right behind your right shoulder or something, just going, hey, in your ear constantly to me, and it drives me batshit. Now, a smarter man would have walked away to a bench by now, A, to come into this with full soul charge so I don't have to sit here and generate soul before I even get to heal the first time, in case shit goes sideways at some point, and so I'd actually have the option to shoot a bit. And B, would have went and switched out the charms to make this go smoother, because there are a couple charms that would probably help here. Like the one that extends my iframes a little bit, considering the amount of times I'm getting multi-hit, but I'm being stubborn. Because I don't want to walk back and then walk back over here. Because I don't want to let this beat me. I stand by the fact that I'm pretty sure I don't even have to be doing this. But now I'm annoyed, so now the mule brain's kicking in, and I'm just like, no. I'm going to win this. This completely irrelevant contest here. I'll take that trade. Taking 1 damage for 3 health is a fair deal. Would help a lot if you follow instructions, you little bastard. 'Cause I told him to attack down. Like, I pressed down on the stick when you saw that horizontal attack come out right above his head. That was a down input. The stick interpreted it as the right input, which is probably... Like, I was probably, like, slightly right and down, so it took the right over the down on that particular one. And yes, I should be using the D-pad. Doesn't fucking matter. How this situation's going, by the way, should be a perfect example of why I'm not going to do the, like, secret fights and all the, like, big-time fights in this game that I don't have to do. Because I know how that's going to go. It's going to be just pain, misery, and no one's going to enjoy it. And aside from people that will enjoy it because it's hurting me. I lost track of myself because they cover the screen and shit when you get hit. What's that? You want screen clarity? Nah. You're not supposed to have that. You're just not supposed to get hit in the first place. Haha. Which I will warn everybody right now, if I see the phrase just don't get hit, you might just get timed out immediately. Just gonna warn you about that one right now. I don't have a lot of sense of humor about that one either. Because that, again, usually comes from a disingenuous place. Of it's not even meant to be funny, people are just being elitist twits when they say that in a lot of cases. Not to mention, it's also just useless information. It's like, oh yeah, why did I not consider just not getting hit? Oh right, because I have failed at doing that. It's almost like that would be the goal or something. And this is a personal pet peeve of mine, but I really dislike not knowing how much health my opponent has. Because you're basically expected to constantly be making blind judgment calls. And I find that annoying. It's like, okay, I could make a better choice if I knew, say, he was a couple hits away from death. But how am I to know that unless I sat there and, like, counted the hits in the previous encounter and assumed from there then that he would take the same amount of hits, which he probably doesn't. You know, that... You can't really expect somebody to make judgment calls of should I attack or should I heal with any real accuracy if you don't know the full situation of the fight you're in. Like, the only part of the situation I have information on is how much health I have. I couldn't even see that ghost. He blended in with the wheel that was floating there. Yeah, I knew I was gonna get knocked back into that, but I knew it would go worse if I hadn't cleared that ghost. Oh, he does actually get knocked back fully when I hit him with the magic. I need to keep that in mind. Yet again, I get fucked by the delay after healing because I fucking mashed the shit out of the attack button and it's just like, nah, no attack for you. You don't need that. Nope, didn't have time for that. He must be getting low because he's getting real aggressive. Nope, the ghost is gonna fuck that up. Yep. This is exactly what I mean. You hit a certain point where you just genuinely do not have a moment to heal. It is just, you do not get a heal anymore. You may as well just give up on having a heal button. It doesn't exist. Because I made as much of a space as I could to heal there, and it didn't fucking matter. Between the ghost spam and him just dashing around everywhere, throwing bullets and everything, just didn't matter. Oh yeah, sure, just hit me a mile above you when you're doing that attack. Sure, why not? Yep, I knew he was going all the way to the corner, but apparently, God forbid I input a direction when I try to dash. Just, it's a crapshoot sometimes. So I pressed right, and he just dashed left anyway. I have to assume I dashed, like, right before the stick was far enough right for it to interpret it as right or something. This has already been more deaths, I think, than this entire playthrough has had. Just because of this bastard here in the Dreamland. Oh hey, haha, another ghost spawned under right where I was going, haha. Can you tell there's just a certain point where I just don't care anymore? And the effort is just not in an attempt, because that one was definitely one there was no effort anymore. As soon as I collided with that ghost, I'm just like, I just don't care anymore. This attempt is already over. And the fact that they instantly recover if you hit them when they're stunned like that is pretty bad. Like, sure, it's designed to punish you from trying to punish them for being downed like that. That's supposed to be a moment for you to heal, not to punish. But that is just so needlessly mean. There's so many times where I'll be trying to hit repeatedly to force a stun, but I'll hit them right as the stun animation happens because I have no way to stop the swing that happened at that point. So I just get screw-jobbed. And another ghost spawns on my head. Like, genuine question. What the fuck are you supposed to do about the ghost just spawning on you? Like, is there even a counter to that? I'll give you a hint. The answer's probably no. I'm doing such a bad job of reading where those jumps are landing. Like, that's the one thing I can say I'm doing a genuine bad job of in this fight, is reading where those jumps are gonna land. Yep, I get punished for one, but that's fine. The fact that I stood there and took the second hit, that one was bad. But I genuinely didn't expect a second dash right afterward. Fucking ghosts, man. Why are you just jumping over and over again? What the hell are you doing? Like, if they were actively doing that to throw me off, which I would believe if I was fighting a player, I would have understood that that was like a mind game there, but this is a machine. Machines don't mind games. The AI just kind of shit itself for a moment, and it worked out in its favor. Haha, more ghosts. Haha. You wanted a ghost right on your face, right? That's what you wanted? That's always what you want. Nope, not gonna get the heal again. This is officially taking too many fucking hits, I would like to add. Oh my god, these fucking ghosts! Like, I can tell when I'm not gonna have the spacing to get the heal off at this point. And let me tell you, that's 9 times out of 10 exactly where a ghost is. Is just at that right range so you can't get your heal off. We had such a good round going there, and then literally a 1 missed frame input again. Because that's why that attack went left instead of right. That one was my fault, but it is still incredibly annoying when that's all there is between success and failure is you were not frame perfect with your inputs, therefore fuck you. Like, that stun does last a while, but it doesn't last long enough to always clear the ghosts that are gonna spawn just in time to screw up your healing. Like, there we have room, but not enough room to get more than the 1 off without getting hit. Shouldn't have landed near him. I saw the wind-up on the swing happening. And then I get landed on again. Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of, I think, what might be the most annoying thing here. Is, to a certain degree, you have 2 options. You either do this perfectly smoothly so you don't have to worry about getting healed, which good fucking luck with that idea, or you accept that you're at the mercy of RNG as to where those ghosts are gonna spawn in, so you get time to heal. Like, it obviously doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be perfect enough that you don't get hit more than the 5 times we can spare, basically. But don't get me wrong, that's a decent amount of leeway. I will not blame the game's health system for this, necessarily. Because I am making a fair amount of mistakes. I am predominantly blaming the stupid fucking ghosts for everything that's gone wrong in this fight. Because this fight otherwise gives you plenty of leeway to heal. Except it keeps spawning garbage ads just because I guess they couldn't figure out any other way to make this more difficult to fight. I shouldn't have gambled on that one. That one was my fault. Again, just so people are clear, I can tell a lot of the ones that are my fault from when I get screwed by a game mechanic. Like, that one was my fault. I made one swing too many, but I was banking on that swing stunning. Because I thought I counted right as to how many hits would cause the stun. Clearly, I counted wrong, because I must have missed a swing somewhere, or I counted one more than I actually managed to do. Because I don't think the amount of swings that gets you a stun changes? Or maybe it does. Maybe it does increase. I can't tell. There's too much shit going on for me to get an accurate judgment there. Hands, please. Because that one was my finger slipping off the stick, causing me to wiggle back and forth. That got me hit on that one. Why would you jump straight up? Why wouldn't you at least, like, go slightly to one side or another? Why are you like this? And I can't even say that their aggro is dependent on how their health is, because that time they were way more aggressive for no explicable reason, because we hadn't done that much damage yet. So I can't even, like, get a basis of how much health they have by how aggressive they're being. Like, I genuinely just have no information. Which, let me let y'all in on another psychological secret to defeat me again. If I can't tell anything's happening in a fight, I will start getting more and more impatient as a fight goes on. Like, that is why I get frustrated in endurance fights, particularly. Because a lot of the time, you have no visual cue in the ones that frustrate me. So you can't tell that you've accomplished anything. It just feels like you are just sitting there doing nothing, basically, in practical terms, according to what my eyes are telling me. Is like, there's no visible damage on this opponent, there's no health bar. As far as I can tell, he is in the exact same state as the fight started. And that just feeds into my personal impatience. That is not a game design issue, aside from it is something I do not like. That is more a me issue. That is something I periodically want to make clear so people understand where I'm coming from when I react the way I do to things. Because I am self-aware enough to know that this is a weakness of mine. Okay. I thought I could get away with a frame-perfect dodge there, but it didn't take. Why would you jump there? Why would you jump just like a foot? This is another thing that keeps fucking with me, and I've mentioned it once before already, but I wanna put a finer point on it so people understand what I'm saying with that. Part of the thing is a mistake of assumption on my part. I keep assuming that his attacks will target me, especially when he does those jumps, but I hesitate to call them random, because I think they are based on a logic that I just do not understand as to where the non-attack jumps land. I keep getting thrown by the spacing that happens there, is they'll just land wherever. So I will try to predict a move, but the move doesn't happen how I predict it to happen, because it's not operating under the logic that I keep assuming it operates under. And that is a mistake on my part. You can probably also tell that the tilt is clearing at this point, which is why you're getting such rational answers about some of this at this point. That's not to say I'm not going to make foolish plays anyway, as demonstrated there. Because even with a full clear mind, that doesn't necessarily mean I'm gonna make all the right plays. Ironically enough, I think I'm starting to understand why we had such an easier time the first time, even without the mechanic change. Which there is a slight mechanic change in that there are more of those ghosts spawning. It's because I don't have that fear of the unknown that I had the first time I fought this thing. The first time I was being much cagier because I'm like, I don't know what else it's gonna do. Let me make sure to keep some reserve. Now it's a mix of, I've already done this, I would like to be done with this idea. and I don't have the same I need to make sure to bank some because I don't know what I'm getting into mentality anymore. Which games like this are designed to punish that recklessness. Keep thinking I can get a stun when I don't get the stun. And of course, you know, we have the content creator issue in the mind as well here of we've been here for too long now. So I start to feel bad for spending too much time on a specific fight. Even though, you know, I obviously don't really have much of a choice in the matter. Short of just not making mistakes / playing better, I don't really have a choice in how this plays out. Well, see, therein lies the problem, yeah. That's why I can't leave it undone either. Because I'm in much the same boat at this point. Of exactly what I talked about before of I don't want to let this beat me either. I was throwing that one away though because I had made too many mistakes right off the top. I'll give a couple things as credit here to the developers for this, though. At least they did a couple things to make this particular problem less of an issue. One, you don't actually have to get your corpse back every time for a fight like this specifically, is you just get kicked out of the body whose dream you went into. And two, the trip from entering the dream to the fight is very short. I do want to give credit where credit's due there. This could have been a much worse trip back every time, because I could have, even without losing your body, they could have still had you go back to the bench, for example, when you lost this, and that would have made this infinitely more annoying. Haha, ghost immediately. Hee hee. My favorite thing. I really read that one wrong. I thought he was dashing. These fucking ghosts. I got too thrown by the 50 million ghosts at that one specific point. The whole pattern was gone. I get the distinct feeling this is going to be a session where we don't accomplish anything. Like, this session might just be a waste of everyone's time. One thing I'll give this fight credit for, as a positive, is they do at least give you, like, a lot of energy to work with, so you're never, like, bereft of the ability to heal, you just don't have the time to heal. Which is why they're willing to give you all the energy in the world, I'm sure, is because it's like, okay, what are you gonna do with it? Oh, right, fucking nothing. So, in its own way, it's kind of just a tease. Also, I touched the ground. Why didn't I get my dash back? Like, I didn't touch the ground for long, but I assumed I was gonna get my dash back when I touched any ground at all there. I guess it didn't count as touching ground because I kind of just like scraped the edge. 'Cause I was trying to expedite even further. Those of you paying attention may have realized I tried to do a funny. Yep, it worked that time. I got the Cyclone Slash off on him. Which that's something I could do actually when I have full health and I stun him. Is I could go for Cyclone Slash, because it probably does more damage. I underestimated the jump there. I expected a jump attack there and I didn't get it. Fuck you. What the? I moved him up on his jump attack. What was that? Never did that before. That was neat. And not so fun when I'm the aggressive one, is it? Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, how much health do you fucking have? We would have killed the previous version 3 times over, give or take, by now in this attempt, I think. I feel like I'm doing this fight when I'm not supposed to, at this point. Like, genuine question, how much fucking health does this have? I wasn't counting, per se. I mostly was only counting how many times I stunned them. But I stunned them at least twice as much as I usually did in any of the previous attempts that particular time. That indicates to me that I have to have hit them quite a lot, because it's usually like, what, 6 or 7 hits per stun? So that implies I hit them roughly, we're just gonna ballpark here, like 35 times. And I feel like I'm estimating low there. I don't think I'm meant to be doing that right now. I'm finally gonna take a step aside here. I'm not giving up on the fight, but I'm making a pit stop, I think, before we try that again. So where is the nearest Stagway? Nearest Stagway is not close. Not close in the fucking slightest. I'm going to do the more rational thing here for a second. And stop just beating my head against that. Is after 2 attempts where I hit it a fucking lot, and it still didn't die, I'm taking that as a sign that my weapon is not strong enough to do this in a reasonable fashion. So before anybody's like, oh, look at him walking away with his tail between his legs and giving up, I'm not giving up. I'm going to get a better weapon, and then I'm going to kill that thing. There comes a point where the wise hunter acknowledges that he did not bring a large enough caliber weapon to this fight. I'm gonna assume there isn't gonna be a stagway here. That looks like that's gonna be a whole other dream fight. We'll deal with that in a minute. Considering there's the little dream particles floating off of him, too. That's a different problem. But based on how that went that last time, I think we've basically ended up in the same situation we did when I was fighting the spitter thing early on. I think I may have just bit off more than I could chew, and I need to reassess and actually use my brain instead of going full unga bunga smash face into wall until the wall breaks down. Which I freely admit, that is another weakness of mine. I will go into full stubborn mode and not actually use the tools at hand properly to solve a problem, because I just get so annoyed at something. Because you end up with that split brain occasionally where it's like, well, it almost feels like giving up to step away from this, but it's like, it's not really giving up, though. You're using fucking common sense. Why am I going this way? I'm realizing I think I might be doing this the hard way. Then again, going back that way, we're missing pieces of information there, so yeah, I guess this is still arguably the better way. Because all I want to do is get to a Stagway station right quick, go get my nail upgraded because we have a Paylord to upgrade it with. Because I assume, and I would figure this is logical to assume, that it will take less hits to win that fight once my nail is stronger. And by making it take less hits, it will inherently be less of an issue to win. Oh yeah, you're here. Oh, hello, hello. What a thrill this is to find such warm comfort amidst the den of beasts. This is a ferocious place, no doubt. Supposedly there's a village deep in the Warren. Its inhabitants never accepted Hollowness King. Why not join me for a time? These waters do wonders for weary legs. Okay, you don't have anything else to say, Quirrell. Glad you're having a good time, bud. You might not have wanted to leave your weapon by the bench, though. I could have just grabbed that, and you would have been defenseless. Just saying. I'm betting there's a bunch of people out there that will end up watching the VOD later, or that are watching now, that probably breathed a sigh of relief when they saw me walk away from that fight to go upgrade my nail. Because I'm sure there were equal parts people that are like, ha ha ha, look at this idiot doing this fight with just a shitty single upgraded nail. He's just getting himself into trouble right away here. But they probably got tired of seeing the repeated failures at the same time. So I've been in the viewer position of that before, where it's funny to watch somebody fail for a while, but there's only so long that it's funny to watch it happen for. Like, there comes a point where you have to actually recognize that you're outmatched by something. Case in point, where we're at right now, where I'm like, no, this is... To do it with this weapon is, I'm sure, entirely doable. but I am accepting that it is beyond me. And who knows, maybe there's a world in which it is not actually beyond me at all. Because as I mentioned at the beginning as well, my stomach's been acting up. So you could make the excuse of distraction from that, though that has started to settle a bit, so I can't really claim that that's an honest excuse. But, you know, these are all factors that do exist in scenarios like that. Okay. So I do get my jump back when I bounce off these guys, so I can just climb up like this. Speed this up a bit. These spiders are very handy once you have a double jump, as it turns out. And honestly, a little bit of a reset can go a long way towards fights like that anyway. Like, just walk away from it for a minute. Let your head cool a bit. Because even if I am claiming that I have managed to, like, get some of my zen back, for lack of a better way of putting it, let's be real here. There was an amount of tilt still in play there. No matter how much I may claim otherwise. The truth is in how the movement was being done. Can I even get back up from down here is a better question. Or do I have to go around? I think I have to go around, because I seem to not be able to climb these walls. Great! Great, I love that for me. It also was, like, shoving me down there, which was weird. Now, it's entirely my fault for taking the side way there, but it was easier to go this way than it was to try to go across without remembering where the path was. I just followed where the light was, basically. But what I needed to do was go up this way. But I suppose this is also a valid point to bring up just in general. Since I've already kind of pointed at it a little bit. Your mental state when you're playing something can have a massive impact both on how the gameplay will play out and on how you approach the game in general and how you feel about a game, even if you like the game normally. So, say, for example, I came in with a bit of frustration and anything like that to begin with, that would become amplified by a situation like we've been dealing with now. Now, I can't really say I came into this with too much frustration or anything already. Maybe back in the background of my brain there may have been, but I don't really know that. Many staging stations been opened. Again, I can travel the breadth of the kingdom. So many grand thoroughfares and old sideways I'd forgotten. Somewhere amongst the lines is the Stag Nest, the place where I was born and raised. I'd thought its location lost to my failing mind, but now I can almost remember the path. If you keep opening stag stations and beckoning me through them, perhaps I'll find again the nest. I would like that very much. We'll work on that for you, buddy. You've been a great supporter of our efforts, so I would be happy to help you. I think Queen Station is where I want to go to get to the nailsmith. We'll take a look. I don't think I'm in the right place. Nailsmith's in the City of Tears. Okay, King Station was the one I wanted. Though, technically Queen Station is closer. But I have to go through the fungal waste to get there, and it's a much more straight shot from King Station. Sorry, bud. Wrong station. This one. Got on the bus at the wrong stop, got off the bus at the wrong stop. Thank you. Touch the bench just to prevent surprises. I would say VOD watchers just skip the first like hour and change, but for you to be hearing me right now, unfortunately you would have had to have sat through that already or skipped ahead already. That's not helpful information. That must be the way up the tower. We'll deal with that later. So, there's a part of me that genuinely wonders if I should actually put a label in the description, like a timestamp, just like, hey, there was an incident. If you want to just skip me fighting the same thing for an hour, just skip ahead by this point. So I can't even be like, oh yeah, we could use it as entertaining rage content. I don't think I'm an entertaining rager. I don't know if anybody actually derives any amusement from me just bashing my head into something like that. If you do, you know, that's great. Like, maybe it's like a commiseration thing. Like, oh yeah, I suffered through this before, so seeing someone else suffer there or validates me having suffered before. I can understand that. But this is where those compounding feelings of guilt can come into play, though, of like, I feel bad because this makes the content less interesting. But as I've always said, I primarily aim to give you the genuine experience of what I'm doing, so that's why this isn't gonna get like edited out or anything. So you've returned. I see you have some pale ore. Rare, fine metal, that. Give me the ore and some geo for my efforts, and I'll reforge your nail to make it stronger. 800 geo, huh? This better be a lot stronger. Glad I got some extra money on the way. As you wish. I'll get to work then. There we go. Reforging is complete. I've added a channel to your nail. It should cut much more efficiently. You'll find it stronger than it used to be. Head out there and test its blade against your foes. Alright, so we now have the channeled nail. A cleft weapon of hollowness. The blade is exquisitely balanced. Despite the exquisite balance statement, it doesn't seem like we attack any faster or anything. I assume it just hits harder. I think that was 3 hits instead of 4 for that guy, so slight improvement. I was kind of hoping it would be 2 hits instead of 4, but, you know, I guess we take what we can get. Oh, there was a Stagway station above us there. Why didn't I see that on my map? Well, I guess we'll go to that one, though, because it'll arguably be quicker to get to. As I said, don't worry, vengeance will be mine. No, we probably are going right back. I was gonna say, I hesitate to say that we're gonna go directly back. Is that, again, will cause me to burn more of today's session time doing the same thing, but no matter when I go back there, it's gonna end up being the same result of more of our time is gonna be spent doing that. So one way or the other, you know, buckle up for more exciting action fighting the exact same boss again. Ah, you know, that might have something to do with why I didn't use that stag station. The fact that there's a door in my way that I didn't open. You know what, fuck it, we'll just go the Fungal Wastes way then. So we at least see a different area that we haven't seen today. Except that door closed behind me, which I forgot about. Thankfully, we have a way up and over that doesn't lead out, so... Oh, wait. It does. There we go. I don't know why that closed behind us, though. Dang. That just seems kind of unnecessary, if I'm honest. Like, as an atmosphere thing, I suppose I get it, because it makes it, like, more foreboding and everything when you enter the city. And, of course, from a mechanics standpoint, it makes a degree of sense, because, like, if there's all this fungal nonsense going on right outside their door, they probably would want it to close anytime someone goes through so nobody leaves the door open for this stuff to come in. So that all starts to make a degree of sense. Just from a pathing standpoint, you would think there'd be a way to prevent it from closing behind you. Or at the very least, a way to open it from the inside. Went the wrong way. At least for where I'm trying to get to. If I thought I'd pick up enough geo for it to matter, I'd say we'd go to town, but I don't think there's anything in town for us right now. And I'm sure there's yet more people out there laughing like, haha, he lacks critical information. And to that I say, good. I don't want that critical information. That is the nature of a blind playthrough. You will fuck up, you will make mistakes, you will do stupid things that you don't need to do. That is just the nature of how that works. Given the choice, I'd rather be the clown than the one who knows everything. Yeah, I suppose we'll just go back the way we came. I debated for a second there. It's like, do I have any position I can take to actually get back down there easier? And the answer would depend on whether I can actually get back to Kingdom's Edge from King's Station. Which I don't know because it's not marked. Because I didn't go up to that part of Kingdom's Edge and go to the left to find out in order to mark it on the map. So we are going to be walking back through Spiderland. And I suppose I should have said this when I ran through here earlier, but, you know, if you got problems with spiders, you may not want to look while I'm going back through here. Especially since they're very screamy spiders. Thankfully, we're not going to be in here for that long. Because it's honestly a shorter path going this way than it is when you're going in. In part because you can drop down, and in part because Oh, no, actually just because of that, really. You just gotta not land in the spikes. The next bench we get to, I may want to take a quick look at my charms, though, to see if there's anything else I can change. I do feel like I have charms that would help, and I talked about it before. I was being extra stubborn about that, because I'm like, using a better nail would probably just get the job done, and it probably will. But at this point, I may as well just maximum bed hedge. So I could either go... Oh, Stalwart Shell... Dash Master, I don't think I particularly need for that. Don't need Soul Eater either. I thought I had one that lets me charge faster, but I think I saw the fast charge, but I didn't buy the fast charge. We could go Boulder Shell, so I stopped getting interrupted while I'm healing, but that wouldn't matter too much under the circumstances. Unless it actually blocks the damage. If it blocked the damage... that might be worth it, which that might be what it means, is it might actually... I might be misunderstanding how it works. It might actually prevent a hit or two while you're charging soul, rather than just, like, stopping you from getting knocked back. Stopped. Admittedly, I'd have to drop either Soul Catcher or Long Nail for it, because Wayward Compass is only one notch. Or I'd have to go buy another notch, and then drop Wayward Compass for the fight, to fit that. I could drop Wayward Compass, though, and pick up Thorns of Agony for the fight, so that I will deal extra damage from all the damage I take. That might protect me from the ghosts. That would be a strategy. I wondered why I got Essence out of that one. I don't know if the Essence is just random, or if it was because he had a spider in him that I got Essence out of him. Yeah, because the one up there had a spider in him too, and I didn't get any Essence from that. Actually, one, go ahead and just heal. Quarrel's left. Two, this might not be a bad spot to actually assign the changes that I was talking about. But if I'm going to... I guess let's swap that for... Let's actually see what this visibly does. Okay, yeah, it does put a shield around me while I'm healing, so maybe it'll actually make the ghosts not be as much of a problem. We'll give that a try. Because with the amount of soul generation we have in that fight, I don't think I need the Soul Catcher there. Wrong way. Look at me actually thinking and being even remotely strategic instead of just going ham. Actually, let me test that. Okay, yeah, it blocks the hit. Thing is, I think that'll break the charm if I take too many hits with it. Ow. Considering I saw the icon pop up there. So I gotta be slightly careful with that. Oh wait, no, the charm refilled, it looks like, when I healed, so maybe it'll be okay. I'll be honest, I was kind of hesitant to get rid of the Wayward Compass anyway, because I am going to start forgetting my pathing rapidly if I do that. Okay, those were 2 hits. Those were either 3 or 4 before, so that's a good sign for our damage increase. Yeah, there was a bench here. This is arguably the one I should have used for my changes, but honestly, it doesn't much matter. Because we didn't change anything that's going to be a massive difference for our travel. And going into the fight with a bit of soul already will help. So I might be able to get a couple early shots off if I want to and things like that. Alright, back to Regret Loop. Hope nobody wanted to avoid seeing this place again, because we're back here again. Of course, there's going to be a bit of warm-up. I'm stunning more frequently, though, so I think there is a difference with the channeled nail for sure. Of course, that's a flaw with the Balder Shell plan, is if you've run out of health to heal, the shield goes away. But that's okay. Now, people can make an argument that the Balder Shell means you don't learn as much about when you time your heals and everything. We've already learned what I wanted to learn for this fight as far as that goes, which is you're not allowed to heal for half of it. So I'm not too worried about that. Yeah, I knew I was getting landed on there. Oh, and of course you just went full aggro there. That's okay. You can have a taste of your own medicine just fine. Shell's almost broken, so I gotta be mindful of that. Contact damage? There we go. Yeah, see? Better weapon made the difference. The Balder Shell helped a little bit, but I don't think I needed it for that. Literally all it took was just not going into that with just level 2 nail. Level 3 nail made that much less of a pain. $400 essence from that. I suppose the argument can be made that was worth it. Honestly, that was mostly just for my own sanity's sake that we went back and finished that. Because there would have been a part of my brain that would have never let that go if I didn't go and deal with that. And after how many times we lost to that literally just half an hour ago. But there we go. We can close that chapter. We have killed the lost kin. you can stop that. Huh. I don't know why I didn't think to do that. Oh yeah, let's change our things back. I don't need the boulder shell anymore. I do like my soul catcher for most other situations, so I can keep my soul filled up, so I can keep healing whenever I need to, out and about. You know what? Despite the fact that I just said we're out and about and I probably won't need the boulder shell, let's go hit the other thing that we saw the dreamer effect on, over here in the palace grounds. Let's see how bad an idea this is. Or I should say, let's look around here first before we hit that. Corpse in white armor. That doesn't tell me much. Anything behind it over here? Or dead people. Lots of dead people everywhere. I can break that open. Hello? What's in here? Hidden station. Oh, well, that's upsetting. And I can't afford it. So you're telling me that I could have actually just used this to go upgrade my nail, and if I walked just a few feet further, we would have saved that half hour of travel. Typical. That's fine. That's on me for not looking. Like, that one I can't have been mad, because I genuinely could have just walked a few further feet forward, and I would have had that information. Actually, hang on. For shits and giggles. Is there anything up here? Nope. Sure isn't. But you know what? We looked. We checked. I'm gonna quickly grab a little bit of Geo if I can, depending on how much we get from these guys. To open that station. No, that ain't gonna be worth it. We'll go and just fight the thing that's over here. Because I don't really need the station at the moment anyway. The bench is more than enough. And if this works like the Lost Kin did anyway, we're probably going to be able to just keep restarting this anyway. Guess we're not strong enough for that. Because I do believe the shaman we were talking to did mention something about bringing enough essence back to make us better at that. So I presume I need to do that in order to access that one. So maybe I do need the station. Now, there is one small thing, in that I do not remember exactly where said shaman was. I know vaguely where, but not exactly where. So we're gonna have to do some wandering to find that again. But, job's done. We killed the thing that upset me. Let's dive down the hole. Before we... Not that hole. Not the one with the spikes in it. The other one. Rain, please. I know you've slightly fried yourself because of what we've been through already, but could you please work? There we go. Because we can probably get the Geo we need to activate that station from just whatever is going on down here. Oh, another one of these. Higher beings, these words are for you alone. Our pure vessel has ascended. Beyond lies only the refuse and regret of its creation. We shall enter that place no longer. I'm going in. Can't. I do believe that is tied to one of the endings, though, is going in there. So no, we're not actually going in there, I guess. As considering the door is closed. We do not have a means of opening it currently. But at least that'll get marked on the map. So I think we're done down here in the basin until we come back down to fight whatever that white armor is. If we even come back to do that at all. is reminder, as always, if you did not know, this is not going to be 100% playthrough. This is going to be quite literally, I just take whatever ending I get to when I get to it. I do kind of want to get that Stagway, though, if I can. But I think if we just go back through the tram, we can go get the money and come back. Just considering we're only getting like 2 geo for each of these crawlers, we'd be here for a little bit trying to get enough. Alternatively, we just go this way for a second, because this way had a lot of enemies. Yeah, see, these guys are worth a decent bit more. One more of those and we'll have what we need. There we go. Now we can open that Stagway and not have to worry about that in the future. Because let's be real, if I don't open that, I'm gonna regret it later. It's a safe bet. Safe bet that that's gonna be a case of, oh, I should have opened that if I didn't open it. And there's also the world in which I regret having opened it because I won't need it. So I'll have wasted 300 geo, but let's be real, that's less likely to be a regret than regretting not opening it. Because again, I don't know what I do and don't need in this world. So I'd rather have all the access possible. That's just, you know, common sense, really, I would figure. And the more of these Stagways we open, the happier we make the Stag, and I like the Stag. He's been helping me out. He's my friend. We might be able to help him get home. And we could also check the path from King's Station that I was talking about, because now that we have double jump, we can probably get there pretty easily. See the doorway from King's Station to Kingdom's Edge, which we apparently did know that path existed. Just wasn't marked on the big map particularly well. Which that may be our own fault. Why not? The power of double jump on our side, traversal of basically anywhere and everywhere, is now infinitely much more straightforward. I'm definitely gonna be doing a bunch of reckless fighting, in part because just blowing off some steam after what happened, and in part to make money. We do need money. The elevator, however, is in the way. So I unfortunately do have to rely on the elevator. Look at that, we've already made back basically 100 of our geo. Admittedly, we are going through what really seems like the rich section of this area. So making lots of money kind of just makes sense. Now, I did end up going into the cubby hole like a silly man. For some reason, I thought that was a different up. Oh, the game is just like, no, don't get on the on top of the elevator. Get in the elevator, you silly man. But I wanted to be on top. Meh. Oh yeah, this is the problem. There's no map for here. That's where everything got confused. We're very close to where we want to be, though. Well, saying this is where we want to be is strong words, but... where we have to be, I suppose, is a more fair statement to make. So I don't really have any positive feelings toward this area. But I have less negative feelings towards it than some places. Here in the resting grounds is where we want it to be. I do have to assume there's a map here somewhere. I just didn't find it when we were here before. Ah, Wielder, you've returned. You have a look at that dream nail. You've already collected 100 essence. Quick work. Things come naturally to you, don't they? No wonder the dreamers tried to bury you in that old dream. Perhaps you frightened them. Or perhaps, being prisoners themselves, they desired your company? In any case, you have a long way to go. Take this old trinket as encouragement from me. In return, we have collected 200 essence. Well, good news. I have 200 essence. Ah, your dream nail holds over 200 essence. You're proving your talent in its collection. Have you seen that great door just outside? My tribe closed it long ago and forbade its opening. But as far as I can tell, I'm the only member of my tribe still breathing. It means I needn't feel bad about breaking a taboo. As proof of my belief in you, I'll open the door. This is not doing what I expected it to do, but I'm interested to see where this goes. There, the door's open, and you can enter the glade beyond it. Listen closely in there, and you may hear the utterings of bugs long gone. So you've collected 300 essence. Yes, I can see the dreams of this old kingdom are starting to cling to you. Very encouraging. You've certainly made my tree work here more exciting. Being the caretaker of this place hasn't been very stimulating. I shouldn't complain, though. Building these graves and guiding the wielder, all penitence for old crimes. Certain things have to be kept in balance. Take this trinket for your efforts and return with 500 essence. Keep up your tireless work. Oh, we got a pale ore for that. Nice. Now, admittedly, I don't have 500 essence. We only have 450. But that was a pretty hefty benefit, I would say, for having cleared out the old kin. We ended up getting a door opened, and a pale ore, and a hollow nest seal. Bugs with this glade under my watch. Treat them with respect and you may remain, but raise your nail and you'll contend with me. Understood? Buy my cookies, they're ever so tasty. Good for you. Beware your own mind, little. Twisted minds breed dark deeds, and mine was more twisted than most. I thought it would be my end, but instead I found this glade, and with it a sort of peace. To help others. They were brought to me sick and dying. What difference did it make? Any victory against death will always be temporary. Don't fear, little creature. Though violent rage once possessed me, the peaceful air in this place seems to keep it at bay. Are you a warrior, little one? One who can stand strong in the midst of a storm. Once obsessed with power through my time within this glade, it has shed me of such desire. What folly it was to ever crave such a vicious thing. We're always left with reminders of the errors we've made. Let your mistakes not burden you, but serve as guideposts for where not to travel. You like my nails, little wanderer? I carry 3, far less than legends may suggest. Still, each is sharper than the last, and it require only one to cut you down. You're admiring my fabulous markings. I'm of a distinguished species, you see. I've not seen another like me for the longest time. Are you enjoying your time in our glade? I'd offer advice, though to have made it here, you're obviously quite adept at navigating our world and its perils. Not fear, my rotting. Though my body sheds and changes, my core remains the same. All of life's problems can be solved with crushing force. Such a simple mantra and one I've always lived by. If you weren't so scrawny, I'd suggest you follow my example. Rude, but also fair. Don't judge me by my appearance. Though my stature's small, I bear a dark soul and a tendency to go berserk in battle. Hark, fellow adventurer, are you heading into the world? I'd join you, but it's been so long, I'd fear I'd lose my head. Watch out! I have an acidic touch and I wouldn't want you getting burned. The protection system of my kind, though something of a nuisance when it comes to meeting others. See you soon, she said. That was long ago. I wonder where she went. Ah, I wonder. I've been many places and done many a great thing, but I suspect you will outdo me by far. I've long ceased traveling the caverns of Hallownest, and I suspect they're now much more dangerous than in my journeys. Though with your capable air, I'm sure you'll do fine. Good luck, it's a vast world out there. Came from a faraway place to reach this place. Though my shell may seem foreign, beneath it I am a bug the same as you. So far, we don't seem to have really gained anything from being here, aside from a lot of voices to hear. Aha! King's Idol. Well, that'll be worth a fair chunk of change, unless they're good for something else as well. Which is why I'm still carrying them, as I've mentioned before. Looks like we're done in here, though. As far as I can tell, we've come full circle. I'm curious to see if dream nailing those would actually do something, but I'm not curious enough to be that nosy. So I have a suspicion that that Guardian wasn't kidding. Dream Shield. Defensive charm once wielded by a tribe that could shape dreams. Conjures a shield that follows the bearer and attempts to protect them. Hey there, Jess. How's it going? Wish I had a map of this place, but hopefully we'll find one soon. Especially since I don't remember where I was when we were here last week. We were definitely here, though. This is where we got thrown into the dream and learned about the dream nail that we now bear. I don't think there's any reason for me to be going back this way, because we had to walk back that way before anyway. I really can't tell if dashing like this is faster or not. It feels ever so slightly faster. That doesn't always mean anything. It does look like there's nothing else for us to do in this area specifically until I get another 50 essence, though. Then trade for whatever the 500 essence reward is. So perhaps we're just never going to get a map of this area. I think I already went down here, but I'm gonna check anyway. Yep, he jumps out at me. Yeah, because we grabbed something from here. I remember this room. I almost forgot to heal, which would have been really awkward. Oh wait, I forgot this though. Wanderer's Journal. This is why you double check things. Ow. I disagree. May come as a surprise to you, game, but I disagree with that. Yeah, that's not a box that goes anywhere. After the one that dropped me down a hole, I'm really gonna just check those boxes every time. That's where we came from. It's one of those explosive flyers somewhere around. This one I was in here before. Oh, that's where the explosive flyer is. Pretty sure there's another one too. If I saw it on the ceiling. Thankfully, I actually had somewhere to run to this time. There's a third, I think. Hollow Nest Seal. That was not worth nearly dying for, I gotta be honest with you. Okay, now we're not in creepy land anymore. You are not what I want to deal with no health. But you should be away. Oh, nope, you spun around immediately. Never mind, not dealing with it. I was gonna say he'd be a good way to get some energy back because he shouldn't turn around, but he turned around the second I approached. So, you know, that didn't work out well. Wait. There's access to the Kingdom's Edge partway down the elevator. I've just realized that's what that means. Huh. Which means we can only access that by coming into there from Kingdom's Edge, not from here. Which means my plan would never have worked. Because that elevator takes you all the way up to the resting ground without stopping where the Kingdom's Edge area is. Huh. Well, that puts a wrinkle in my plan now, doesn't it? So I think our best play might be to go back to the palace grounds using the Stagway and then go to Kingdom's Edge from there. I don't know if I need to be at Kingdom's Edge, but it's a place we haven't fully explored yet, so logic denotes it'll be worth checking at the very least. There's already a very real possibility that this is going to be a session where I don't end up accomplishing anything of major merit, considering the way today started. So I may as well just kind of just look around. Let's go, big guy. Take me down to the hidden station, please. And looking at that map that pops up, you can kind of get an idea where other stations should be. If I pull it up again, like... to the right of the Forgotten Crossroads here, there's almost certainly a station. To the left of Queen Station here, like where that intersection is, there's probably another station somewhere in that vicinity. Somewhere in the circle to the left of the hidden station here might very well be another one as well. So considering the distance between the distant village one and the Queen Station one, there might not be as many in between. Hard to say, really. They don't seem to have a consistent spacing necessarily. So I can't really use that same logic that I would like to for that entirely. getting a ping from there? Oh. I don't care. Before that whole debacle with the lost kin happened, I had intended to talk about something, and I genuinely cannot remember what it was anymore. There was a whole thing I was going to discuss, and it's just gone now. Maybe it'll come back, maybe it won't. Maybe it's for the best that it's gone. Hard to say. Yeah, both of those access points are City of Tears. That's what we already figured out. We haven't actually, like, physically gone to one of them, so we'll go there and actually look at that. Armed with double jump, getting around in here is going to be less stressful anyway. Not that getting around in here was terrible before, I seem to recall, because we mostly just rushed through here because I was, like, super worn out by this point and was trying to end stream, but I wanted to get the map for as many of these areas as I could. Just a big dude just hanging around, but he was in my way, so he had to go. Case in point, just like this one. So there's an area above here, and then there's the other part. This, I presume, is the area above that's not marked yet. Yeah. But I think we had actually popped our head in here. Yeah, because I looked at this and went, this is a whole thing, and I'm not gonna deal with it yet. Let's fly down here and see what this is. Huh. Well, seems like a sewer area almost here. Getting a bad feeling from this. Royal Waterways. No, I wasn't entirely wrong with the sewer vibe then. What's in here? Oh boy. Oh, somebody's upset. Hi. Oh, what a surprise. It's not often I receive visitors. Been so long. Ages even. I just hope my manners haven't left me. You've no doubt sensed my affluence. You're right to guess I'm renowned among the upper caste of Hollownest. Well, I was, once, until those cretins cast me out. Have you met them, my former fellows? That's them outside, their bodies shambling around all mindless and empty, and I'm still alive to witness their pathetic demise. I'm just so happy. Fate can be a wonderful thing. Isn't life just wonderful? Okay, that was very helpful. I'm gonna open this, if you don't mind. Okay, that leads back to the City of Tears. Admittedly, opening that door does seem like I'm opening them to death, but, you know, they can close the door when I'm not here. It's fine. Forgot those guys do 2 damage. Yeah, you're just still having a great time here. Yeah, this does lead back to the area right next to King's Station, though, so I don't really have any reason to be here. Okay, good, I can leave. I got concerned for a second there, because I forgot the door was slightly off the ground. Alright, so that answers that question. It also gives me the feeling that the Royal Waterways are mostly just going to be an alternative route around the City of Tears, which would make sense. It's essentially the water system for the place. How did you end up breaking the casing on the 3DS? What happened? Oh, that would do it, okay. It really doesn't take much for those to slide, unfortunately. Only those who prove their honor in combat may enter the grove beyond the defender. He got big. He got dead. Just get rid of those fast before they take up too much of this area and block me out. That is weird how they flip over when you hit them. Yeah, because they're like playing dead, basically. Okay, yeah, there's crystals there. Yeah, even if it's made for that version, sometimes there's like slight manufacturing defects and such that can make those not quite work. Oh, there's that hole we were in before. Neat. I wondered when we were gonna pass through there, and turns out the answer is now. Rip that guy. Hate that. Those things that just emit piles of teeth. Hopefully you'll find one that works better. I'm just kind of following this path in particular. I have no real reason to be doing that. I'm just kind of going. Before anybody's like, I wonder if he actually knows where he's going. The answer is no. I'm just kind of as the crow flies here. Yeah, the infant Metroids are the new win condition, basically. You get those, then you can do the SX fight and everything to end it off. Oh, that actually splits into multiple enemies, okay. I don't know if it necessarily added secrets. I want to say I remember when I looked at the changelog that it moved a couple. It didn't entirely add them. It just moved where a couple secrets used to be. Ow, that was an... I believe that you can end up having Ice Beam. I want to say the logic usually will give you either Ice Missiles or Ice Beam. I don't think it gives you both. So if you already have the Ice Missiles, you might not get Ice Beam. This bench has seen better days, but you know what? It's here. Interesting. We did pass through an area when we came down, though, so let's look at that first. Oh, yeah. I don't think my brain really processed that as a secret because it's not really, like, hard to get to or anything. It's just kind of there. And technically your logic can require you to get through those vents. I mean, I would have just called it item at that point. But 6 in one, half dozen the other. The idea gets across either way. I tried to jump away before he activated, but I was just a hair too slow. Oh well, Mama Lumi, thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? Hopefully all were having a grand time. You're in time for us to be just kind of chewing our way through more of Hollow Knight. Had a little bit of a rough time earlier, but you know, we're back in normal flow at this point. And of course, if you need to raid and run, please make sure to do so. Taking care of yourselves is always the first priority. Everyone else, just sit back, relax, and watch me scramble my way around, because this is not the first time playing it, but it'll be the first time playing most of it. Ah, nice. Hopefully the 7 days server's been working out well for you so far. It's always a fun game. Hollow Knight's been okay. We had a bit of a struggle earlier getting through one of the dream bosses that I decided was a good idea to deal with, and then I had to turn around and go get a nail upgrade to deal with it, but we got through it. So at the end of the day, things are still working out fine. I was not expecting that one to expand. Oh, they set each other off. That's why some of those weren't making sense. Okay. Hear you. Where are you? Ah, you're up there. He's right up there. But there's doors. Curse you, doors! I can't go that way. I can't go through those doors. There's gotta be a way around. Just a matter of finding it. And what it more than likely is, I gotta go back into the other room and then go up and around. Instead of following the direct path. I hit him at the same time, but it wasn't good enough. Another rancid egg. Add that to the collection of eggs that I'm never gonna do anything with, probably. Gotcha that time. No, that just looped me around. That didn't accomplish anything. Maybe down here? Oh yeah, this water's fine. I was trying to avoid it like the water was lava there or something. No, that was all for a mask fragment, which, don't get me wrong, I want more of those, but that wasn't what I was looking for right now. I want my map. Point to make clear about that as well for anybody coming in from the raid or anything, or really just people coming in late in general. We are going to be on a very no tolerance policy for backseating and spoilers, so be very careful what you choose to say. Because even though I have seen this game through in the past through others. I have not actually seen it through by my own hand. And I don't want people that don't know things to be spoiled either, so... Entirely fair. It's just an important occasional reminder because people don't always read the chat rules and such when they click in. So I go for pet hedges like that with games that are very popular. Oh, I just needed to kill enough of them, I guess, for that door to open. Huh. Things I did not consider.
Make him noise.
Oh, aren't these waterways thrilling? Labyrinth of pipes and tunnels. I couldn't have asked for a better place to employ my talents. It's all so orderly, so considered. Nothing like the crude irregularity of those caverns. Ah, but so sad. My trunk is telling me those fungal wastes are close, and I can sense my damp adventure may have reached its end. Guess I'll be calling this map done. Yes, please. Now we know where we are and where we're going. We've actually seen a good chunk of this place already, as it turns out. We've got a path up and a path down, and that's about it. Sounds good. Enjoy your lunch there, Mama Lumi. Hopefully it all works out well, and thank you again for the raid and for the well-wishing. It's always great to see you. Wow, that thing was still there after I had run away from it earlier. Impressive. Some of those creatures are real tenacious. Gotta respect that. Keep thinking I'm gonna get jumped in this room. It's just a big empty room. There's a grub around somewhere, but he's just gonna have to live his life where he is because I'm not going for 100%, so I'm not going out of my way for such things. Yeah, I thought you had me on that one, didn't you? Oh, there's a cap on that tube, okay. So we're not going that way right now. I will more than likely end up doing that. And we will be doing at least 1 through 4, like I mentioned before, because those were earned in the Donathon. Past that, I make no promises. Don't take something if it isn't yours. That's the law. Everything you see, it belongs to me. Don't be angry. I'll share my food with you if you give me Geo. I don't know why I would want this, but you know what? It's not that expensive, sure. This Geo's mine now. Don't try to take it back. Here, take your food with you when you leave. Oh, you sell rancid eggs, I guess. You might sell other things, like I might just get random nonsense buying food. You know what? Sure, we'll buy a second one and see if it's something else.
Hello, Red.
Nope, just rancid eggs. Okay. Yeah, as I mentioned with what I just said about Final Fantasy 1 through 4 being linked to the Donathon, that's also why I'm playing this for those who had missed the memo over time here. Because I had run one not too long ago where the main thing was people unlocking playthroughs of various games. We have left on the list Final Fantasy 2, 3, and 4, Little Nightmares 1, Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3, Hades 1, and I think that's it. I think we've caught up on everything else at this point. I might be forgetting something, but it's all written down, so even if I forget, I will be able to remind myself by the time that becomes relevant. But if you're interested in seeing any of that, you may want to follow for the future. Because that will be taking a fair whack of time to get to. Especially alongside everything else I'm doing, because the Donathon reward things are only being done on Mondays and Tuesdays. So as to not completely take over all of the content forever. Even though it would lead to me getting it done faster if I did more of it during the week. And let that also stand as an answer to the obvious question of, am I going to play Silksong? It's not on the list, so no. Not unless by the time I'm done with this, my thoughts overall massively change, which they have not so far, and I don't anticipate that happening. Because for those that don't know, Silksong is generally considered to be more difficult than this, and I already am having my sore points with the difficulty this has. So that should answer all your questions there just fine. And I've already got plenty of other things that I'm a bit backed up on getting to, as is, that I would be much more interested in doing. I already do not like this hallway because of the noise it's making. Which I'm sure is intentional. I'm sure they don't want you to be happy in here. There we go. Peace is restored. Looks like we made most of our money back from buying those 2 rancid eggs that I'm probably not going to need. It's a shame that those don't help you actually blast those open. That's why I dashed at the wall there. I'm like, will that blast it open for fun? No? Okay, just blasted the me. That's okay. Okay, so that's all of that cleared up. Gotta go back to the right and go up. When we went up in the area above us here, it wasn't marked, so I'm gonna assume that's a separate map up there then. Actually, wait, yeah, I think that was... No, because... One of these was the... Yeah, that was over there. That's where the lady was. The little lighter half circle you can see right below the City of Tears sign there was where the noble was. I know I went up that hole up there. So it must have been a different map there somewhere. Not gonna worry about it. Really committed to trying to bite my ass. What? I heard that. I'm sure they're also very hungry, considering they're floating around here this whole time. Maybe the thing I heard is in the next room? Yep, they are. Somebody's having a great time. Oh, this seems like a trap. Well, nothing for it. Hello? Okay, this guy's great. The Dung Defender. He's just having a great time. He's just swimming in shit. And he becomes a basketball. Like, this is how you input character into your boss fights. This guy just oozes goofy. And it's great. That's fine. That's less fine, but it's okay. Yeah, exactly. We can all learn from this. Like, I'm betting nobody ever expected to get a life lesson from a dung beetle, but you know what? Sometimes life is full of shit and you just gotta roll with it. Even if that means rolling the shit up itself. I dashed the wrong way. Exactly. And down he goes. Real shame I had to kill him, but he was gonna kill me. Thank you for your service, Poop Master. Defender's Crest. He's still alive, though. He's squirming around back there. He'll be fine. Oh, I started the water again. I don't know what that does for me, but you know what? We've started the water. And we got unique charm bestowed by the King of Hollowness to his most loyal knight, scratched and dirty but still cared for, causes the bearer to emit a heroic odor. Joy. I have no idea if that will actually help anything, but you know what? We have it now. And that loops us back to this area. Interesting. Surprise. Yeah, now we're back in the City of Tears again. I don't really want to be here right now. It's interesting that we just kind of busted out through a random wall here, though. We can reconnect to the passage, though, I think. Oh, well, maybe not, actually. I forgot. We're back in the Spike Land. I could try to do something real stupid now that I have double jump. But I don't think that's going to be particularly possible. Because the real stupid thing would be to try to squeeze through here. But I would have to do a ridiculous move here. To explain what I could potentially do, but I don't think would work, is I have to somehow jump up, dash once to get into the tunnel, and then do a frame-perfect dash right out of my double jump before I even went more than like a pixel up. Pretty sure that's physically impossible. So that's why we're not gonna do that, but I wanted to have a visual aid while I talked about the potential thought there. And how bad an idea that probably would actually be. But it was interesting to think about. So now that the water's been started up, I wonder what that does. We can also go back through Poop Land here. to get to the rest of the Royal Waterway, because that's how we cross over the gap properly. It does explain why everything just kind of started getting murkier and slimier on our way in there, though. Gradually just covered in more and more poo. I just realized, I don't think those things are actually flipping over when you hit them. I think their head is just spinning around. And I don't really know what to do with that as a thought, but it's probably the case. Yeah, no, that is just... Biology's weird sometimes. Anyway, away! Ah, okay, it counted. I was gonna say I landed that. Come on. Oh no, it didn't count because I ended up back here. That's what you're supposed to do, but I clearly made that. I very clearly landed that. Okay, this doesn't look to have been marked on my map, so presumably... Ow. This piece is just one of these. Never mind. Didn't need that. Killed them for nothing. Now there's another rancid egg that I just lost a bunch of health for, so I guess I'll take it. Got a bunch of those. Still don't know what they're for. Might never know. Yeah, didn't we read this sign? Oh! That's what this was talking about. We defeated the Dung Defender, so we were able to drain the water here. That allows us to go in here. That's why it was signed the Defender. It all makes sense. We just had to defeat him in fair, honorable combat. Exactly. He defends the dung. I mean, he lives in and works in the sewers, so of course he's the defender of dung. He may have just genuinely just been a sewer worker before this, and now that things have gotten a little wild around here, he's become the defender of dung. Master of all poop. Wait. I see that gate. Right here. You can see it right there when my head clips through it. I mean, he might just be defending it for himself, not necessarily from anything. He might have just been hoarding all the poop for himself. Oh, wow. I kind of expected another wave, that's why I was healing. Also, an opening up there. I think you could have fallen into here from a different area. And potentially, and you would have gotten a little bit shafted landing in here. Or potentially. But we ran into the room from the side instead. Oh boy. That could have been bad. Isma's Grove. 8. Less neat. Because there's also a gap there. Yeah. Ow. Okay, not getting through there. I would have to be going from left to right to get out of there, not right to left. Looks like it's impossible for me to get low enough to skim under that, but also be able to get back up. Isthmus Tier. Acid shall be repelled. Swim in acidic waters without coming to any harm. Never mind, that's how we get through there. I can swim in acid now. Hooray! Loosh. Looks like there might be... Yeah, there's something underneath here, too. Now, hello, buddy. There you go. Go be free. Okay, that loops me back here. I think we were here already. Or it just kind of looks like somewhere we were already. I don't remember the dead guy. Trail of dead guys. That is definitely where we came in from, though, because there's where the explosion happened. So no, I definitely was there already. Because unfortunately, no matter how good all this looks, because it's all still a tile set at the end of the day, a lot of it can still end up looking similar enough that it can be hard to discern where you have and haven't been without the map. Yeah, there's the upper section that leads down to where those guys were. So I guess now we go, out this way then. See if this actually led anywhere, or if it's just an exit point. Inclined to think it's just an exit point, though. I'm pretty sure there's a room we were in already. Yeah. The first room where we ran into lots of these puffer fish bugs, essentially. So I think we're done in the Royal Waterways then. I think we've done everything we can in here. Because even though it's not marked on the map, we were in that area up and left of here that points up. Same with the one further up and left. We obviously went through that whole purple section, the whole ancient basin connected section. We've done everything to the right of here unless something gets marked that I missed over there when we go to the nearest bench. I think we've done our due diligence in this area. Yeah, but see, that confirms that that was an entryway back into the city as well, so that's done with. Yeah, this area is complete then. Very good, very good. Ironic that we ended up going into there when I went back to Kingdom's Edge to actually explore the area up there and go to the bench all the way over there, instead of what we've ended up doing. But that's how it goes sometimes. You find a shiny thing and you start chasing it and you end up somewhere completely different than you intended to. I did not mean to shoot him, I meant to heal. But I let go of the button too quickly because he got too close. Now I need to remember how to get up there. I think it's like a little bit roundabout past these guys. I think we go up this way. I do wonder if the waterway has altered other areas. Or if that was only for accessing that one spot where the acid water protection thing comes from. Is considering the only other place we saw acid water was the green area, I wonder if that place is drained too now. That would actually be very interesting. If, like, all of the green area is just, like, clear of acid now. Also don't need to do the dash to get across this anymore. It would be faster, but we can just do this now, which allows us to get up here, which is where that guy was just sighing away. there we go. Now we're back to this bit. This will take us right back to Kingdom's Edge. Considering there's still acid here, I'm going to assume that it didn't change any area other than the origin point, basically. We go. I got deceived. I thought that bit of background was something I could land on. We already got the map, so we don't need to check in with him. Just used him as a ledge. Yeah, we already went this way because that's how we learned to get back to... Actually, no, we didn't use this door back to the City of Tears yet. I really thought I hit it well enough to kill it without blowing up. Turns out, not so much. They really do love their explodey birds. Random seeming padded room. Okay. That's something. You notice it also got, like, super quiet in there. Befitting of a room with that kind of padding in it. Oh. Hi. There you go. We really have freed a lot of those little grub guys. Aha! Okay, so that connects back up to here where the broken bench was. And the broken stagway. Interesting. So there was a purpose to that, and you actually could have gone through here a while ago, because this just took regular swimming. Which you have by default. So you actually could have gotten into this area, like, way earlier. Weird. I like finding things like that. I like finding out that, oh yeah, you actually could have gone to this whole other side thing, like, forever ago. But only if you knew this very specific spot existed, or you happened to find it. Another dead wanderer. What the? Dead guy. Dead guy's just fallen from the sky. Hallelujah, it's raining men. I don't know if that's a good sign. Yeah, we needed the acid protection to go here. Like, technically, if it didn't send you back every time, you could have just, like, tanked it to get through there, but it sends you back automatically, which is exactly why they do that, I'm sure, is to prevent exactly that behavior. I thought he was dead. I should have known, though, that I hadn't fought that specific thing before, so I would have heard the hunter noise if he was dead. I wasn't really thinking that through that well. I was just rolling along and hoping for the best, and then suddenly failure. Surprise. Another new geolocation, just a bucket full of geo. I would assume for those who end up playing the randomized version, especially the Archipelago version, I'm betting all of those are probably item locations. Depending on your settings, and that must be a nightmare. What? Hello? Huh. I don't think that's accomplishing anything. I think he very stuck. I assume somewhere along the way we'll find the other end of him. Didn't really sound like he was that far. But sound travels weird in tunnels, so it easily could have been echoing from real far. Here's an extra health thing, based on the butterfly. Oh yeah, that is just up there. Let's... I'm probably never gonna come back for this one. We'll go and grab it. Usually I like to leave these in case I need them for something in the area, but it's like, I'm not coming back for this one. I may as well just enjoy the bonus health while I have it. Rude. Hey, speaking of that bonus health, real shame that it's already gone. Hey, here's the other end of him. Tiny thing. You climb high, seek the knowledge of these lands. In this ashen place is grave of worm. Once told it came to die. But what is death for that ancient being? More transformation, methinks. This failed kingdom is product of the being spawned from that event. Is it you bothering about my tale? Rest is somewhat disturbed. I find that sensation not unpleasant. This falling ashes molt. The worm's corpse decaying. Endless. Serene. Sad. With its light gone, the world is smaller. Don't mistake, I'm not a worm. Too small I am. Many limbs. No foresight like those old things. For quiet retreat I did climb up here. Away from spitting creatures. Yes, up high up. Away from simple minds, lost to light. Theirs is a different kind of unity. Rejecting of the worms of tempted order. I resist the light's allure, union it may offer, but also a mind bereft of thought. To instinct alone a bug is reduced. Be on your way then. This rest I'll return to, though in times sleep oft proves uneasy. Yep, he's done with me. Well, we've learned a little bit. We've learned that there's a worm shedding up above. That, from what we're being told there, is the source of the civilization that was here. So that's interesting. And that the current situation involves some kind of light that has been removing the minds of others and replacing it with a unity of sorts. So perhaps it's more like a hive mind situation. Hard to say, really. Without more information, we really can't know. But it would explain why they're all in pursuit of me instead of necessarily fighting amongst themselves constantly. Like one would expect things that have been driven wild to be doing. You know, there is that logic gap there of, if they've all been driven mad and are aggressive, why are they not aggressive toward each other? But, you know, there's logic to it when you consider the ones that are the same species. It's like, oh yeah, they're the same type. Why would they be after each other of their own kind? And when survival's on the line, that can vary, of course. But when presented with a different species, they would more than likely target that first. But you have situations like this where these bouncy guys exist, and the shooters exist, and other things, and yet they all want me dead. Then again, it may be a case of threat recognition as well, like, oh, you might be a bigger threat, so we'll get rid of you first, and then we'll go back to feuding amongst ourselves, perhaps. There's always a possibility of that logic being brought into play here, too. So, you would think that would be a fair bit more depth of thought than something driven mad and aggression would have. There goes another body. getting real big Flea Man vibes from these jumpy guys, and I already hate them because of it. And again, I'm never a big fan of enemies that just kind of hop around like that to begin with. Because if you miss your timing, they can be such a menace. Speaking of menaces. You know, they remind me a little bit of Shriek Bats from Metroid Prime. Complete with the screaming and charging at you. These just explode and are a bit more of an issue. There we go. No idea if I'm going anywhere productive, but you know what? We're going somewhere. We're about to have another ad hit, so I'm probably going to get up during that one, because I didn't get up during any of the other ads today. Maybe because I was a little locked in. It's a deep hole, isn't it? Can't even look at the map till I find ground. Oh! Oh, we're in the elevator shaft. Huh. Well, that explains where that path comes from. That's the opposite of what I wanted to do, but it does provide another angle. What happens if I climb further up? Oh yeah, duh, we did that already. Top of the elevator shaft. Which, you know, that should have clued me in now that I think about it. When I ran into a large vertical chain in a gigantic vertical shaft. 2 and 2 should have kind of come together on that one, but there was other possibilities. It could have been a different elevator. We're just gonna... We're gonna pause hanging out with this little blight on the landscape here. In part because I think it'll be really funny if I forget that he's there when I come back. Setting myself up for failure, don't mind me. I'll be back in just a moment, y'all. Alright, back to it. Well, this seems, mildly ominous. Huh. What's up, dude? Another warrior finds their way to our fair Coliseum. Ours is a final destination for all seeking trials of intense and deadly combat. All one has to do is place their mark upon the trial board of choice, and lo, the arena's gates will open. There's a small fee attached to each trial, but I'm sure we're as skilled a combatant as yourself will have accrued a wealth of geo. Now, before you draw your nail and rush eagerly into battle, I'll offer one quick word of advice. There's a warrior's pit just below here, where others like yourself await their own trials. I'd strongly advise using it to rest up before placing your mark. Oh, and have no doubt, I'm a fierce warrior myself. Don't go judging me by my size or my current, constraint. The Coliseum beckons us both. I'll be back in battle soon. Make a contribution and you can enter the Trial of the Warrior. Pay to open the Trial of the Warrior? I mean, I have 1,000 geo right now. Sure. Ah. Very well. A new trial is open to you. I hope your performance is spectacular. Let's see about that rest area first. Not that we need to heal, but so that we can actually... So that we could actually have made a checkpoint was the idea. Maybe it's this way. Yeah. Seems like you guys are having a great time. This also allows us to update the map, which was the more important thing. Coliseum of Fools. Yeah, that checks. There is an area further right down below where we were before that I missed, apparently. But we've otherwise cleaned this out pretty well. Other than the area in the bench that I had initially intended to go here for. Okay, this is the other end of the Coliseum. Okay. I mean, we've opened up the Warriors trial, so let's at least take a look at that. And then I'm probably gonna get out of here, because I'm betting the rewards for this aren't gonna be worth the effort. Trial of the Warrior. Fight for Geo and a Charm Notch. Place your mark and begin the trial. If this gives Charm Notches, I'm suddenly more interested. Because we do need those. Bring it on. You shouldn't give me prep time, boys. That doesn't work out well for you. Haha! Can't believe that actually worked. Try to hem some of them in so we can just juggle them down. There we go. So far this trial's been not too bad at all. And I'm obviously being super greedy the way I'm fighting in here. Okay, I didn't figure he was gonna have so much health that was gonna be an issue. Now there's two of them. Oh, they throw things. Okay, that's how they work. They throw things just like they threw the fight. Now we got flyers. I like a Cyclone Slash. I don't know if it's actually considered good, but I like it. Oh boy. Go. They've upped the stakes with the spike pit. I'll definitely give them that. Thing is that, as I've mentioned before, joke's on them, I get prep time to heal, so it's not as big an issue as it could be. You really should be throwing a blade at me, not doing that. You know, you do you, buddy. This is kind of fun so far. I see the bit they're going for here. Thank you for the healing. Just shove the roly boy off into death. Ow. Alright. Yeah, I kind of expected that. I think I've actually seen a clip of this area before. Because I remember seeing this thing not in the place I remember encountering it. Oh, I tried to be fancy. There we go. Still looked cool. Heal please while that's dying. Na-na-na-na-na-na, I did it. Uh-oh. We're not done yet. Oh, now they're taking me seriously. I see. Now they're pulling out all the stops to kill me. Boundless aggression. Boundless aggression. Oh, I thought he was dead. Uh-oh. Gotcha. Kind of surprised they didn't send that guy in while everybody else was fighting me. Ooh. Oh, I see the idea. It's to trap me in with them. Joke's on you. I've not been dodging. I've just been attacking. I just viciously maul anything that comes in my line of sight. Okay, bigger space. Oh, ew, infected flyers. Eek. Not a fan. And that's why I'm not a fan. I kind of assumed they were gonna explode. There we go. Oh, it's like the one boss we fought, the like mother thing. The one that I felt slightly bad about killing earlier. I think that was his first session? Oh, here I go killing again. Anybody else? Yep, they're satisfied. Money! Look at all that money! Oh wow, that was worth a lot of money, actually. We got 10 times what we paid to get in here. That took a bit, but you know, that was worth it, I would say. That was worth the payout. Especially since that was actually, like I said, kind of fun. With how rough that was starting to get, though, I'm kind of nervous what the next trial would be. Welcome back, warrior. Make a contribution, you can enter the Trial of the Conqueror. 450 for the Trial of the Conqueror. You know, sure, we'll give it a swing. Why not? We'll go rest, though, to... Well, I don't think we need to rest. I think it'll be okay. Very well, then, a new trial is open to you. I hope your performance is spectacular. Wait for Geo and a rare medal. Place your mark and begin the trial? I'm assuming that's gonna be a pale ore. And a pale ore would be nice. I don't know if it's 1 pale ore per refining at this point. It might be 2 for the next refine, so if we win this, we might be able to upgrade our nail again. Come on, then. They do seem more excited to see us. Oh, get a load of this guy. Get a load of that dead guy. Assuming... I don't know, flyers now. I assumed it was going to be 2 of him first, and then and then other things, but no. Straight into the flyers. Oh, now it's 1 of each. Okay. Bully, 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 bully. Bully that guy, too. What are you doing backing into me? What are you doing? Did you get confused? I was trying to heal during that, but it didn't take for some reason. We got armor for stabby flyers, okay. Perish mosquitoes. I get a damage bonus against mosquitoes due to how much I dislike them to begin with. Ah. Well, that just went wrong across the board now, didn't it? So anyway, we correct that mistake. And later get thrown into spikes. Wow, they really are putting you at a major floor disadvantage in this one, huh? I expected them to take that floor away from me, so I moved preemptively. I didn't mean to slide off that platform. Oh, we're down to 1 hit. I got a fucking buggy. Oh! I couldn't get control back. I thought he was gonna die. So I took a swing at him on the way down. Oh, that's such a shame. We were doing so well, and then I goddamn made a mistake. I'm gonna have to go back in there to get my body too, aren't I? Or do they put it outside? Because it looks like it's in a weird spot. Oh, it's in here. Oh, that's actually really nice of them. They actually put it in a dedicated safe spot for you to get your stuff back. Well, that means we don't have to pay for that again, and I'm not gonna worry about doing that again right now. That's a little much for me at the minute. Mostly just because of the lack of floor. And a lot of flyers. Still, interesting place. And again, we came out of it up an extra charm notch, so I'm overall pleased with how that played out. Especially since I didn't just get, like, destroyed immediately or anything. And even having spent 450, we came out of that with a profit. Because we gained 1,000 and then lost half of it, basically. Oh, that one had essence in it. Neat. That one had dreams before he exploded. Actually, saying it that way makes it real sad. Oh well. Just trying to look at my map, sir. And this is a dead end. Okay. That's what I was trying to check, but I couldn't see very well on the map because my icon was already there. Consequences of my own actions, something, something. Oopsie. Speaking of oopsie. Whoopsie, revenge of the oopsie. I kind of expected to fall further than that, I'll be honest. No, 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 no. No. Oh, there's one of those trees down here. I'm not interested in that right now, though. That corpse falling definitely startled me slightly as well. Oh yeah, this is where the acid was. Wait. That means I think we have been over here. No, we haven't. I just deluded myself into thinking I'd been here already. Bench. That sign clearly says bench up, so the bench must be up here. The Wanderer's Journal, and a nice convenient tent for us to use. Interesting, though. There's this whole big tent erected here where more of the ashes of the worm are falling. A bunch of them lived here, too. Interesting. Hornet again. We haven't seen Hornet for a while. That was back... Oh, where was that place? I think it was actually when we were in the Fungal Wastes. I think right before we went into the City of Tears was the last time we saw Hornet. Actually, no, there was a fountain we talked to Hornet in front of. I think in the City of Tears, in fact. I don't remember. It's been a bit already. Gonna have to fight you again? So you'd pursue the deeper truth? It isn't one the weak could bear. Prove yourself ready to face it. I will not hold back. My needle is lethal and I'll feel no sadness in a weakling's demise. Show me you can accept this kingdom's past and claim responsibility for its future. Oh, you blocked my attack that time. Oh, you've got a counter now. Okay. I'll take the hit in exchange for having gotten 2 heals. There we go, stun. So I can heal some more. I expected her to dash across, forgetting that she's one that targets. That's a new move. Laying a trap around for me. Joke's on you, though. I can work around that. Except when you do that. You didn't reach me. Still didn't reach me. Walked right into my trap. Oh, I can just break those. Huh. If I'd known that, I would have done that sooner. I was just playing along with her trap card she played here. Okay, she's stunned. Heal. quickly. Or, you know, it's gonna drop the input on the heal again for me. Thanks, game. Nope, don't heal. Don't do it. Yep. I knew there was gonna be a follow-up there that was gonna get me in trouble. Yeah, she keeps going for the punish on the heal. Oh! I lasted a lot longer than I expected to with how I started that. I do think we can win that, but I do also feel like, based on how many hits Hornet took there, we are probably a little underprepared in terms of where our nail's at. We probably should have another upgrade in terms of what it expects you to have for that. I'm just purely making conjecture there based on just the fact that Hornet had taken a lot of hits there. Yes, Shaw, ow. That's what I get for being a smartass. That what I deserved. I can't believe I got away with that. I expected an attack and it didn't happen. She's doing a lot more contact damage this time because I'm fighting sloppy. Punished for healing again. Didn't mean to shoot, but you know what? The shot worked out, so I'll take it. That's what I wanted. Except I, for some reason, couldn't jump in there. I got kind of just stuck in that doorway. I shouldn't have double jumped. I completely misread the dash there. I thought Hornet was going to be under me, not above me. So I had already planned out the dash, the jump to counteract where the position I thought was going to be. And then I just didn't pay attention to where Hornet ended up in that moment. Because I just, for some stupid reason, assumed I was correct. Still, theoretically, I think we can do this. I just was much sloppier the second time there. I don't know if that Cyclone Slash was worth it. Once again, and I was gonna say something and then my attack just didn't happen when it was supposed to, which interrupted that thought. But what I was gonna say, once again, an enemy that's doing as much damage just by running into me than by doing anything that actually is an attack. if this is gonna lead to one of the endings, though. Defeating Hornet here. Let's go get some energy before we go back in there, so we're not going in there with the health point missing. Or, actually, we could just hit the bench, because it'll be quicker than trying to find an enemy to get energy from. This really has finality to it, what we're doing right now. Maybe not immediately after defeating Hornet here, but something near here might be an ending. Because this place is just so desolate. Just like Kingdom's Basin was. Or Ancient Basin, rather. This, at the very least, is leading to something of significance. Alright, Hornet. Round, I've lost count. I got away with beating you the first time without any issue, so of course you're gonna cause me problems this time. Even though your new move isn't really an issue, it's the new health bar that's the problem. Misreading that as going to go for a dash, and then suddenly the AoE's there in my face. If I'd known you were just gonna keep throwing, I would have kept healing. I hit the spike in the air. It'd help a lot if I stopped misreading all of Hornet's moves here. Yep. Forgetting once again that the dashes track you. I'm like, oh yeah, if I just go as high as I can, Hornet will dash down and I'll be able to find some ground to land on. And, yep, forgot that again. This is a fairer fight than the one I was complaining about. I will say that. Is at least there's not a bunch of random enemies just kind of spammed all over the field, constantly randomly spawning around you. There are the spikes, which are upsetting, but they are stationary, so I can't really say it's anything but my own fault when I run into those. Especially since they're clearly marked where they're going to appear. Doesn't help that if you're trying to use audio callouts, Hornet makes the same callouts for everything. Not technically. Wendy, how you doing? Like, there's no such thing as being late as long as the stream's still going, really, if you think about it. Those away from me. Nice. You know, some gastrointestinal regret in your future, but, you know, as long as you're enjoying it along the way, that's the important part. I misread the timing there. Sure is. That is the Hornet. Their role as one of your bigger problems here in this one. Yeah, I know I was getting hit there, but that's fine. That heal gave me the ability to tank that hit. Neither do I, because I don't really know the lore. I'm just here to get through it. That buys me some healing time. Because I have no real attachment to Hollow Knight or Silksong. I'm just paying my dues. So strong. You could do it if you had the will. But could you raise your nail once knowing its tragic conception and knowing yourself? Then do it, Ghost of Hallownest. Head onward, burn that mark upon your shell, and claim yourself as king. Yeah, that's kind of the implications I was assuming. Cast off shell, the worm that had started everything. Marked by King's brand, Hallownest shall recognize a new ruler. The kingdom's gates will open. We've got a ways to go yet, though, I think. Considering the state of this place, let's get out of here quickly. Never mind. So much for that clever plan. Oh, thanks, Hornet. Appreciate it. Hornet is definitely much faster than us, so that checks as our only way of getting out of that situation. Alright, but we got the King's brand. We are apparently now King of Hallownest. That's something. And I think I know where to use this. Because we saw that symbol elsewhere. Down in the ancient basin. I also saw spikes down there, but only too late. They really thought through the spread that those bugs have. Because it is designed pretty much exactly for people would normally jump to avoid the straight shot. Wait a minute. There's a hole down there. Where does this go? Yeah, you would definitely have to ask someone else if you want the lore dump. And let me tell you, there are plenty of people that would be more than capable of giving the massive lore dump that is available for this game. Because there is a lot. I know that. And I've been paying attention along the way here. But I really don't have anything deep to say along the way through here. Or so far. Because so far the path we've taken really hasn't led to anything that deep. But I do know there are many paths and many endings to this. Okay, now we're back to the path I was originally looking at. Because that was the one marked on the map we'd received. Big jumpy boy. Yeah, and unfortunately looks like sound alerts is being
Flawless
janky.
victory.
Yeah, there it goes. I love it when sound alerts just completely shits the bed. Or in this case, blurp shits the bed. Either one. It really makes those a lot less fun to work with. when they just have turbo delay for no explicable reason. A lot of these really big jumpy guys here, huh? Let's see what this is. Oh. We've seen you before. Yeah, Nailmaster Oro. How'd you find me? Down here where the world ends. Yes, I know why you're here. You came to learn a nail art from the legendary Nailmaster Oro. It is the law of the great Nail Sage that I must pass down my teachings to those who are worthy. Yeah, blurp and sound alerts are both free. Honestly, I don't care enough to sit there and pay for one. If I was going to put in more work for those, I could easily set something up in even Firebot at this point to trigger sounds. I just have not sat down and done it. They're reliable most of the time, and then they just fall apart occasionally. I could, but why bother? No law forbids me from exacting a payment for my time. If you truly wish to train under me, prove it with Geo. 800? Sure, why not? I've used Cyclone Slash a bunch. I'm sure this one will be somewhat worth it. Master Dash Slash. Hold X to concentrate energy into the nail. Release the button while dashing to perform a dash slash. Well, that explains why you couldn't just dash out of your... just slash out of your dash before. I must say, you're an excellent pupil. Your skill with the nail and your thirst to become stronger. You remind me of my brothers. I have taught you all I can. Go back into the world, traveler, and leave me to my solitude. Thank you, teacher. Bye. That is a big slash, but I don't think I'm ever going to use it, because it'll more often than not lead to me dashing into the thing I'm trying to hit. Huh. This is slightly grim now, isn't it? Oh, hello. What's down here? Really big hole, that's what's down here. Some free energy, though, I'll take it. I have a bad feeling about what's... Wait. Wait a minute. Why is there an energy charge there and an energy charge down here? Oh, there's a further hole, that's why. I was like, wait a minute. I thought the energy charge was because there was a boss up in the other path there. Then I saw the other energy and I didn't understand anything anymore. Just had a whole mental blue screen for a second while I came to terms with how wrong I was. Yeah, don't get me wrong. If I were to write something like that up, I'm sure I could sell it to people for a decent amount. I just do not know code enough for it to be a worthwhile expenditure of time to how much I'd get. Because it would take me exponentially longer to get it done. Fun fact for those who don't know, I did do a partial computer science degree. So I do have an idea how to do such things, though not a serious one, and also this was just kind of terrible right here. Not really sure what they expected me to do other than probably hop around all those ledges a bunch, being chased around by that thing. The fact that those target you and just constantly jump on your head just makes them kind of a tedious shit to deal with. Oh, that was fascinating, and I hope that wasn't a sign of something bad. Fun fact, my entire dashboard just blinked for a second, or at least it looked like it was mostly just the chat section that blinked out of existence for a second. Either way, that's not a good sign. Like, the whole thing just went gray for a second and then came back. Now, there was something else up there. Have I mentioned just how much I hate this thing yet? Because boy, do I fucking hate that thing. It gave me hope that it was gonna get confused. I had no room to do anything. Like, the second you get on low health fighting that thing, you're just done for, because you don't have any room to do anything. And I don't have enough damage to just kill it quickly, as I've demonstrated, so I don't really know what to do about that. We've fought those things before a little bit above here, but the lay of the land there is just ick. Kill before you go down the hole. Don't be stupid. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting about that thing till I'm right in front of it. Yeah, this thing bounces just at the right time that I can't really reliably, like, pogo it to death either. Please be low enough on health. No, why would you be? Got him. Okay, now I just need to fight my ghost, which is not an issue. Okay. Well, that was awful. Everything about that sucked. And the only way out of here is through spikes. So I have to, like, do a narrow dash somewhere. I got hit in the head with a spike. I hate this area. This area sucks. I do not wish to be here, but I have to be here to get my stuff back. God damn. Somebody out there is patting themselves on the back for making this nightmare. Right alongside the people that are patting themselves on the back for thinking this was a good area. I'm sure there's somebody out there that's like, no, this place is great. Like, yeah, it's a great way to watch people suffer, I'm sure. I don't know about it being on that. Oh yeah, of course you come back to life, because of course you do. Anyway, we're just not dealing with that thing anymore. I've made the point that I can kill it. I have no reason to do anything beyond that. There you go, be free. Why is this repopulated? Why? Why have you done this? There's no way I'd be able to just launch myself right across this whole thing. You know what? Looking at this might just be meant to be an obstacle enemy. You might not be meant to fight him. And that would make a degree of sense. Like, the other ones you encounter, obviously, you're intended to fight because you're fighting them on flat ground. Kind of like this one here. This one's far more reasonable to deal with because you actually have room to, like, dash under him and actually maneuver. Instead of having to play a constant hope not to fall in Spike's game to do any damage to it. Don't get me wrong, I probably could have killed that other one in a much slower way, but much safer way. And if any of y'all have been paying attention, you'll realize slower and safer are not two things that are generally in my vocabulary for accomplishing things. In here. Quick slash. That sounds like something I definitely want. Born from imperfect, discarded nails that have been fused together, the nails still long to be wielded. Allows the bearer to slash much more quickly with their nail. That does sound like something I do want. Really depends on how much it cuts the delay between swings. Because if it cuts it a lot, oh, I'm so with that. So that was a worthwhile side trip, even if that was painful. In fact, we could check it out at the bench. See, these guys are easy to avoid. You just swing right on by underneath them and carry on with your life. We have an extra charm notch, so I'd only have to get rid of one of these, and I think in this particular case it'd be Soul Catcher. It's a little faster. We'll try it out for a bit, see how I feel about it. What I really should do is go get our nail upgraded again. Since we do have a pale ore just kind of hanging around in our inventory still. Because if we're gonna keep running into stronger and stronger enemies, probably need to get stronger ourselves. But that seems like Kingdom's Edge is done now. So we have two options that I can see in front of me immediately. A, we go chase after the Dreamers, which I'm pretty sure are tied to one ending. Or we go follow up on what I think I know down here in the Ancient Basin. But step one, I think either way is going to be going and upgrading our nail either way. So, considering the way I'm leaning right now, I'm gonna head down to the Ancient Basin and use the Palace Grounds Stagway to get back to where the nailsmith is. Now, I will say, the slightly increased speed might make our pogoing a little more consistent, as I can pogo a little more often. Okay, that was satisfying. Just exploding the bunch of them with the dash slash. That's because I got the spacing. Things like that are nice. I think I'll still be more likely to use the Cyclone Slash, though, of the charge moves. Since I can use the Cyclone Slash a bit easier. Which, it seems it's like it's also for similar amount of reward at the end of the day, so... Wait, I heard that. Breakable floor. Missed this before. Money! Oh, some kind of beehive, it looks like. There's a bunch of honey here. And honeycombs. I didn't realize these guys were bees. I thought they were like flies or something. Because both bees and flies buzz, so that wouldn't have been like a guaranteed indicator to me. There you go, be free, little buddy. So what, was this just to come down here and be a dick to a bunch of bees and save a grub? What, was that all that this was for? Okay. It does look like there's more to this, though, because there's an area over there, and I see a Geo-Rock there. So clearly there's more to that section. There just is another way to get to it, I suppose. No shaky floor there. Yeah, this quick slash is proving useful. I poo-pooed at it at first, but now that I'm using it more, I can tell the difference. Things that would have gotten me hit trying to swing again are paying off now. So that is definitely worth my while. Speaking of worth my while, I don't know why I didn't grab this before. Unless those respawn and I forget. We'd go either way with that one. We could go buy another charm notch as well to have more room for more charms. I'd even be able to buy 2 at this point. But I think we don't have enough charms for another one after the first one. 'Cause I know we have more than 10 charms. I don't think we have that many more. Let's take a look. How many charms do I have? I have 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We have 14, actually. So no, I stand corrected. I think that's actually enough to get 2 charm notches, as long as I have enough geo. So when we go back to the other guy, we can also pop over to the one that sells charm notches. See about getting that sorted out too. Come on, ride the train. To ride it. There we go. Whee! Yeah, it's just down the hole and around the corner. And then we'll come back and go the other way to do the thing that I think we're supposed to be doing with the King's Mark. I'm curious, can I do this yet? Nope, still blocked from doing whatever happens when I do that. Figured I'd try on the way by, even though that might have led to regret. Sometimes you just gotta poke your nose where it don't belong, you know? No matter what kind of regret it might lead to. Actually, you know what? Before we do anything else, let's go back up to Dirtmouth, because it's been forever since we've been back. And there might be new things there. Is something I could also do with is more health. Oh, what a turn. Our shopkeep's come home. Just wandered back in. I'd hoped for grand tales of his time below, but he seems to remember almost nothing. Maybe it was all too much for him. If you're interested in his wares, watch out. He drives a hard bargain, that one. No competition, that's the problem. Bad for the market. Not that he's complaining. We haven't talked to this guy, like, at all. I'd never thought I'd see such a thing. The Stag Station is opened. That building lay silent since before even my time. Oh, I'd heard tales of the glorious lines, a web of tunnels running all through the kingdom. Not that I'll be traveling them, mind you. I'm quite content where I am. A young couple's just recently taken up residence in the house beside the station. Seems they're running a map shop, which might excite adventurous types like yourself. Yeah, I've been using that shop a lot. She's a tall bug, the wife. I told them to take a larger house, especially given they're all empty, but they liked the look of that one. The way she has to bend just to get through the door, I wouldn't put up with it myself. Faring well in your adventures below? Well, I had an adventure of my own while you were gone. I don't usually visit the town's graveyard, but I thought I'd go and visit a grave of an old friend. As I was walking amongst the tombstones, I noticed a strange kind of chanting coming from somewhere nearby. Extremely sinister chanting. I looked around to find the source, and I saw 2 bright, horrible, huge eyes staring at me from the door of a dark cave. I pretended I hadn't heard the voice or seen the eyes and scurried back to town. My friend will have to wait a little longer for her visit. To reach Dartmouth, most travelers take circuitous routes around the cliffs beside us. It's a hard trek now, but in the Kingdom's prime, things were far simpler. There's an old pass in the cliffs that once allowed easy access. The bridge up to it has long since crumbled away, and even without it, a huge door bars entry. I can't complain, mind you. It's meant we've only ever had to accommodate a trickle of travelers, even during our busiest times. I wouldn't want hordes of bugs to descend upon Dartmouth. I like the quiet. That noisy old lift, where does it go? Up to the old mines they carved into the peak, I suppose? Have you been up there? Is it true that crystals grow everywhere you step? A villager brought some of the crystals back to the village once. I don't quite understand the allure myself. Can't eat them, and they don't make very good pillows. They hardly seem worth the trouble to me. I hope you aren't too disappointed by our little town, traveler. Though it's now a solemn place, once we were much more welcoming. Entry to the kingdom was forbidden long ago, supposedly after some great calamity. Many gates were closed, but our old well remains a way to creep back in. Over the years, all kinds used the well to wriggle into the ruins. Wanderers, thieves, adventurers. Funny how few ever come back up. Perhaps they find what they're looking for. Ah, I'm not so naive. No doubt they've all been gobbled up. There are countless dangers in those depths. Feeling tired? That bench may be iron, but I assure you it's quite comfortable. There's no better place to collect your thoughts before heading below. Plus, I enjoy the company. Not that you seem to talk of the sort. Now we're back to old dialogue. So that's all of the Elder Bugs dialogue. You got anything new? Nope, you still have the same things you had before. And as much as I would like a mask shard or a magic boost or anything, I do want the charm notches more.
Nada.
Oh, I must have missed the map for the resting grounds. Warriors' graves. Okay, so there are some new pins to get. We'll grab the resting grounds map, but we're not going to worry about any of the other stuff. At least now we have a map of that area. So it was worth me popping back to check. Oh, those are a bunch of graves we can look at too. Let's not worry about that right now. I've done what I came back up here to do. That's things for other erstwhile adventures to look at. Yeah, resting grounds is here, and yeah, we did look at basically everything here. Okay, there's a path over there and a path up, apparently, that I didn't look at. But other than that, we're square. The ads are now running, though, so maybe I should poke around town a little bit more, perhaps. Nah. We're doing just travel back and getting upgrades anyway. It's not like people are gonna miss anything important. This is the right place, right? Well, no, not really. Did I ever activate that? Yeah, I think that's the city storerooms one. We can go open that door that stymied me before, and it'll be a faster way back to the nailsmith. Yeah, it is that one. Okay, so I have at least been here. I had to assume I had been because of the fact that we had seen the stagway enough to make the marker, but I wasn't sure. You'll know quickly what door I'm talking about that stymied us earlier. It's right below these spikes that I landed on. This one right here. I thought I had opened it earlier, but apparently I didn't. I was trying to come back up from where the nailsmith was as a quicker way back when I realized it was on the map, and, well, all of that plan backfired. That's going to be the other advantage to the faster swinging, by the way, is better parrying enemies that take swings at me. While I'm flailing, I will be more likely to be able to occasionally deflect swings. I'm not saying that because I'm going to intentionally parry, by any means. That would ascribe a certain higher amount of skill than I am putting in. The great gates have been sealed. None shall enter, none shall leave. I think I looked at that before, but I saw the opening and I'm like, I should check that just in case. Bye. Keep guarding up there, buddy. You're doing a great job. And here we are at the nailsmith. Considering the rate at which I'm tiring, we may not do too much more, but I do at least want to go take a look at that thing that I was talking about that matched the brand we have now. I remember cautioning that today might be shorter, though that was because of a stomach discomfort that has since passed, so we shall see how things end up playing out.
Ranjo Stenja.
Ah, I need 2 pieces of pale ore. That's what I was afraid of, so we can't actually make our sword better right now. I would need to have won the arena fight. But if you look at our inventory, you'll notice it's pretty full. We're running out of room for items in this category specifically here. So I have to assume we're getting pretty close to the end. We do still have room for a 3rd nail art, and I assume there's a couple more things that go around our focus thing here in the middle. It feels natural that there would be one thing in each corner here. And as you can see, we are just missing 1 vessel fragment to get at a bit more soul capacity. But we've not really been running into too much trouble in the soul capacity situation, which is why I haven't really been making a priority of it. Yeah, the one that sells the charm stuff is there, so what we'll do is we'll go back up to the Stagway, take it over here, and then go. So really, we could just take the elevator up, and it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Yeah, either way. Now that we know that we can't do anything here, which makes me sad, may as well move on with our lives. And honestly, room for more charms will make us stronger in different ways, so one way or the other, we're getting stronger from this side trip we're doing. So it will end up being a worthwhile side trip all the same. For anybody that was caught in the ads, all you missed was I realized I don't have enough pale ore to upgrade, actually, because he does want 2 now, like I suspected. So now we're heading off to go get charm notches. You didn't miss any progress at all. Nor was I intending on doing any progress while y'all were in ad hell anyway. It is kind of funny playing this, having played the Kingsfield games and such, because there are a lot of parallels you could theoretically draw if you really wanted to. I'm not going to, like, lead the line on that. I'm just going to point that thought out. And if you're interested, you could look it up and look into that and see for yourself exactly how you feel about that statement. Oh, right. This is a thing that happens. We're now in the infected crossroads. Is along the way through our adventure, this area becomes infested. So the situation here is different. Enemies are now stronger. Or there are some stronger enemies in here, right? Like this thing. And these guys now have projectiles. And some of them explode. I admittedly forgot about the ones that explode. I remember my friend that when I was helping him out with this game being very unhappy going through here anytime after this point, as it became very troublesome compared to the breeze that it used to be to just run through there. Ooh, quick focus. I think that wasn't there before. Maybe it was, and I just didn't go for it. Because it was 3 spots. Oh, and I need 18 charms for another charm notch. Well, I could grab quick focus while I'm here then. Yeah. See if I decide I want to use that. Because I would assume quick focus will allow me to heal faster. Yeah, allowing the bearer to heal damage faster. So that could be very good. The only problem is it's a little too much space at the moment. And honestly, right now we only have room for one item. Could get Sprint Master. It's either Sprint Master, Thorns of Agony, or Spore Shroom. Let's see how Sprint Master looks. Ooh, that's actually a much more significant speed increase than I thought. I might actually stick with that. Because that'll also mean that I don't need to dash away from everything that I've been dashing away from. And that'll allow me more control when I'm avoiding attacks. Now that we have a spare charm notch to use for it. I'm gonna keep getting exploded by that guy, I think. The bright side about this area being infected is everything here's worth a lot more money. Well, except the guys that are still the same as they were. They're not worth anything more. You get the point. Anything that's changed is stronger. And worth more money. Place is also a bit of a mess because it looks like the Stagway's blocked. At least that path to the Stagway. So I'm kind of glad I didn't use the Stagway as the lazy way to go around, because otherwise we would have actually had to go further. Kind of curious, but at the same time not. So we're just not dealing with it. The people up in Dirtmouth at best just hope that the infection doesn't come up through the well to come to them too. Otherwise, that might be, you know, a whole them problem. And I can't help but think that, considering it happened along the way of what we were doing, just gonna go out on a limb and assume it was our fault that that infection happened. We probably opened something that released that upon the world. And, you know, that's just how it goes sometimes. Oopsie. Oopsie, I fucked up and infected the world. Oh no. Let's see what we can do down here in the Ancient Basin now that we have the King's Brand. We got his favorite alcohol. Whee! Was it down this hole or was it the other symbol? I think it was down this hole. Yeah, this had the same symbol. Ta-da! I was right. I remembered a thing. Now the door is open for us. See what lies beyond. Just more territory, huh? I don't know how to feel about the dark spots everywhere that's floating around. That seems less than good. Especially since there's getting to be more of them the further down we're going. Ooh, this looks neat, though. I touch it. A deep blue stone atop a dais. Amadeus, Amadeus. Oh, hey, dead bodies. That's always a good sign. Looks like we might have some legwork yet left to do. This goes real far down, huh? This leads somewhere. Knock, knock. Anybody home? Oh, the tunnel type is changing. Huh. Bunch of eggs. Looks like most of them are open. Doesn't look like there's anything we can do here at the moment. Oh! I just kind of did this because there was nothing in this room. Our voices will cry out again. Okay. It just seemed like the thing to do here because there's nothing visible here. So it's like, well, the only thing I have that interacts with things I can't see is my dream nail. Didn't really help at all, though. A long tunnel for a lot of nothing. So I have to assume either I don't have what I need to do something in there, or that's just meant to be like a weird, creepy room. Could go either way, really. This really feels like a graveyard down here. But ghosts. Hole's haunted. Hole's haunted. I want to leave now. Hole's haunted. You ever get the feeling you walked into the underworld? Because I'm getting the feeling I walked into the underworld. Got things grasping for me out of pools. We got ghosts everywhere. It's real still everywhere we go in here. All the skeletons. Oh, it's getting real crowded in here now. Goddamn. I don't know if this is meant to be a sign of something. Now that I'm going higher up and there's getting to be a lot more spirits attacking me. But I'm inclined to think that that's exactly the case. Oh boy. They don't want me going up here. Whatever's here, they don't want me getting to it. Seems like some kind of great lighthouse or something? These are full of souls, though. There was a whole thing about soul energy being harnessed and everything. But there was also mention made of light being bad. So, I don't know. I think, though, that by activating that, I think that's what's allowing us to go this way. I think we would have gotten ripped apart trying to go this way if I hadn't done that. Considering all the dark water before was grasping and chopping at me before. So I think I did the right thing there for myself. Whether I did the right thing for anybody else, that sounds like a them problem. Yeah, see, exactly, like that. There's an item there, but I can't get it. Because I assume even if I did the crystal dash, those things would slice me to bits. What a noise. There's still these darkness vents, too. We've encountered 3 of them now. And they keep impeding my progress in specific places. Maybe that's the thing I was looking at on the ground there. That I'm still blocked from getting to. Oh, this seems bad. Absorb the shade cloak. Press right trigger to dash forward, cloaked in shadow. Use the cloak to dash through enemies and their attacks without taking damage. So now we have invincibility frames on our dodge. Neat. We have embraced our shadow. Arcane egg. That's something I haven't seen yet, too. Oh, it's the last item in this. Okay. Little value except to those dedicated to history once again. I'm assuming that'll let me get through the gateway up here too, probably. Uh-huh. Exactly as I figured. This an imprint of abyss given form. Oh, that counted as a thing for the Hunter's Journal. I don't know how to feel about that. That actually, like, put something in here? I could look at all of this, but I'm not gonna go through all of this right now. Yeah, I think that might be what I learned from this. Bugs of Hollowness sometimes wondered whether there were other, older, stranger kingdoms deep below them. What strange fancies they had. Probably why they were so distracted and easy to kill. And their siblings are what the little ghosts are called. And of course, Hunter, or Hornet rather. Considering we have full information on Hornet now, that's probably the only other time we needed to see Hornet. And of course, all of these are fools specific to the arena we were in. And I did get all the information on the broken vessel from having fought it twice, I suppose. The shape of this creature, I've seen something like it before. More than once, perhaps. It looks a little like the bugs of Hollownest, but not quite the same. Where did these empty little wanderers come from? Neat. But now we can pass those other shadowy vents we've seen before. Now, ask me if I remember where those were. Is the answer to your question will be absolutely not. Oh. Oh. So you might realize something, because I just realized something. You know how sometimes we wander off the map a bit, but we still have our marker? Notice we are off the map entirely. Not even our marker is here. Yeah, just think about that. Consider that when you consider the implications of where we are. And I really don't like it here. On that exact basis, I am not a fan of being here. I get decidedly uncomfortable when I don't know where I am, and this gives me more reasons to be uncomfortable. Oh, there we go. We were genuinely off the map of the world. Is now our icon's back. That's a hell of a thing to think about. Gotta say, having the Shade Dash is gonna be really nice for boss fights and such, because now we can actually, like, reliably use our dash to dodge attacks. Here's the thing, though. I don't know where to go from here. Maybe I do have to deal with the Dreamers. In which case, we're probably not doing that today. Which means we'll probably end up going into a session 4 for this. Which, considering the length of some of these sessions and the difficulties we've had occasionally, that doesn't leave us, like, way out of range on time for how long this game's expected to take, so I don't think there'd be an issue logically there. Like, I don't think I'm going in the wrong direction particular or anything is what I'm getting at there. Is we were at about 9 hours when we started today, and we are approaching the 5-hour mark for today, so that puts us at 14 hours, and I believe this was listed at like 18 hours or so. Damn it. Oh, falling further, huh? Well, this is my life. You know, it'd be great to find a bench somewhere. So I could actually, like, map this nonsense. But while I'm thinking about that, let me double check what I just said. Oh no, main story 27 hours. I was remembering incorrectly. So we're actually roughly halfway then, if we're at about 14. I keep forgetting that this game is longer than I think it is. And mind you, that's just a regular how long to beat time, not the completionist time. The completionist time was more like 40-something. Which that admittedly implies that you can do multiple endings in one playthrough. Like, you'd be able to, like, just continue on from where your save was when you get an ending. I don't know if that's true. But if it is, that would make getting multiple endings more reasonable. Oh, hi, Hornet. Ghost, I see you faced the place of your birth, and now drape yourself in the substance of its shadow. Though our strength is born of similar source, that part of you, that crucial emptiness, I do not share. Funny, then, that such darkness gives me hope. Within it, I see the chance of change. A difficult journey you would face, but it's a choice it would create. Prolong our world's stasis or face the heart of its infection. I'd urge you to take that harder path, but what end may come, the decision rests with you. That's not that helpful. Like, it's helpful, but not that helpful. And yeah, this is the sign we saw on our way in. So I assume that was our whole purpose for being down there, was to get the Cloak of Shadows. Which means more than likely I do need to find where those other shadow blockages were and go through them for whatever this leads to. There we go, we've mapped out that whole big pit area down there. We do still have where that blue stone goes, too, but we don't have the blue stone. Do anything with that. And yeah, that was the Abyss. Yikes. There's still apparently an area directly below the palace grounds that we can't see. Then again, that being the palace grounds, I presume the area beneath the palace grounds would then be the palace. Logically. So let's have a look at our map for a moment while we think about things. Look at places we haven't been able to get to. But yeah, we could fly across this whole green path section now. That's something we could go do at some point. Maybe that was where the shadow blockage was? Up here? I could have swore there was one that I encountered pretty early on, but I do not remember where it was. Considering we've seen them, I may very well look them up between now and next week to save time. I feel like we've covered, like, a lot of the map. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if there's still areas we haven't even been to yet. But I feel like we've covered the majority of them. Just based on how filled out this map is, I feel like we're running out of places to go. Short of this area over here, including the vertical bit attached to that area where the bench is. Possibly some more stuff here in the Howling Cliffs, because we have that area where the wind is. I don't know if that's somewhere you're ever meant to go. That's a possibility. This bit right above Queen's Station. This bit where that one dreamer is, of course, as well. This bit right here that's sticking out. Though that might be somewhere that I just didn't get the map for. I feel like I went in there. There's this bit underneath where the tram was as well. So we have options yet left to look into, and of course, figuring out how to get into the rest of that beehive could be a thing. One way or another, we've done a lot today, despite our early sticking point. We picked up Dash Slash, we picked up the Shade Cloak, we picked up Monarch Wings, King's Brand, Isma's Tear, upgraded our nail. It's been a busy day. Found our first Arcane Egg, though the relevance of that eludes me. Quick Focus, Dream Shield, Quick Slash, Ender's Crest. Quite a bit. But I do think that'll do it for today. A little bit shorter than the last couple Hollow Knight sessions have been, I think. I genuinely don't remember how long the first session was. I know the second session went on for a little bit. Let me actually check my own statement there right quick. Yeah, session 2 was 5 hours. Session 1 was right about the same time this one is, yeah. Slightly shorter. So actually, yeah, duh, that would add up to the 9 hours. Way to go, genius. You can do basic math. Pay attention to what you've said before. So yeah, assuming that 27 hours on How Long to Beat is accurate, then we are at roughly the halfway mark then. But there is a world in which we actually finish this next session as well. We may just come in early as far as finishing it. The only way to know that is to get there. Till then, we have no way to know. A lot of people playing Hytale. Which, I have nothing against Hytale, but we're going to be avoiding people that are streaming it because I don't want to get lured into it. That's the main thing. If I watch people play it, I may very well get convinced to pick it up, and I'm dodging away from that for now, specifically on that logic. Because that is exactly the kind of thing that would get me. So we're just not gonna put myself in that position. But to go over schedule right quick while I'm making the raid decision here, which is probably gonna take a minute. Let's see, today's Tuesday, so Thursday. I may just pull something out of my hat because I don't believe we had a major collab planned for that day. There was a possibility, because I had asked around a bit, but I hadn't gotten anything concrete. Yeah, there wasn't a major turnaround for that, so we'll probably just pull a random thing, of which I have a few that I'd wanted to do. In fact, I may pay out that new randomizer on Thursday, depending on how my testing for something that recently came out ends up going. Is this maybe a new randomizer, not just one that's new to me, that we'll end up playing with that day. And it'll be a very on-brand randomizer. So, if that plays out, look forward to that. The only other hint I'll give is think about something I mentioned just a little bit ago, comparing it to Hollow Knight. That'll be the only other hint you're getting as to what that'll be. And then Friday, we will be doing the next of the small-scale archipelagos with a handful of people from the Dragon Council. It does seem we lost one of the people that was supposed to be in that batch, but I may regain one in turn. We may gain a replacement, that is. Because we did put out the call, like, hey, if you want to take this slot, you may want to speak up soon, because, you know, it takes some setup time to to get people in for that. But it is currently looking like I'm going to play Dawn of Sorrow for that one, so that'll be interesting. Is the Archipelago randomizer for Dawn of Sorrow is quite different from the very weird one I had shown off before. It's a much more sensible randomizer for it, which feels weird to say, but it's true. That's going to be much more play the game rather than marvel at how absurd I've made everything by randomizing all of the animations and breaking everything completely. So that's going to be something to bear in mind as well. And then Saturday is a question mark. I do still owe you guys a bunch of special streams, and I had initially considered having that be the karaoke stream day, but I've hit a couple snags with my planning for that, so that might not happen yet. Just bear in mind, I've never done one of those before, so I'm trying to make sure I do everything right to A, not get in trouble, and B, make sure it's a good experience as much as possible, as much as can be made with me singing. So that's a whole thing. I may just like side load into the Chat Chosen Art stream instead, if I can throw that together in a good enough way, quick enough. If not, I have plenty of random backup ideas to pull out. It may even end up being Archipelago Day 2, depending on how Day 1 goes for that, because Dawn of Sorrow is going to take me longer than Messenger did. I can pretty much guarantee you that. So that may end up being a case of I either finish that off stream or that ends up like getting done on a different day, because I will of course be reliant on the other two to get me things I need. So there's going to be a balancing act there. So you may end up missing parts of that, but the important thing is you guys get to see a session of that. And then, of course, that'd be Saturday, me taken care of. From there, it goes back to Final Fantasy next Monday, and then back to this next Tuesday. Is by that point, that'll be the 27th. Which, it would be ideal to finish Hollow Knight next week, because of the fact that the Tuesday after that will be the birthday stream. So that will throw the week's schedule off a bit, but we'll see how that ends up playing out. Because there's also a very real chance we will finish Final Fantasy next week. So we may be able to maneuver things around a bit and make some shenanigans happen there. Take a look at where some of these are at before I make the final decision. Yeah, not quite the one. I do want to go visit them at some point, but what they're dealing with right now does not seem like the one. Only an hour in. Maybe. 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 I love my ability to make decisions. It's always so good. I mean, that one, and do I have another one that I'm like, yes, that one? Nope, so we'll just go with it then. There we go, easy. Makes it simple when I filter it down like that. We'll go see Mush. It's been a little while. Mush is good people. They're playing Okami, so that'll be a good time too. So, thank you all so much for taking the time to be here. Apologies for the way today began, with me beating my head against a wall a bit, but you know, that's how Hollow Knight goes sometimes. That's just the nature of the beast. We did at least make some good progress after the fact, so it all worked out for the most part. No need to talk schedule again, but I do want to mention that I do have some other plans in the pocket that will hopefully be coming out soon, specifically getting some more emotes out for y'all. That may or may not end up happening tomorrow. It depends on if I end up working on the emotes or if I work on more style mimicry to expand my art abilities. I might work on both. Who knows? But, like I said, be good to Mush. They're good people, and I'll see y'all next time. Good night, everybody.